Very good morning. On behalf Thank you very much. On behalf of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, and the Republic of Korea, we would like to give you the most warm welcome to the first business forum, CABEI-Korea, K-CAFTA. A historical meeting that has as its main objective to strengthen trade, investment, and cooperation between Korea and the Central American countries. Today, we start an event with which we expect to strengthen the trade relations between both regions by gathering government representatives, private sector, and directors of different economic sectors and social organizations with the purpose of exchanging knowledge, promote relationships for a mutual growth. The organization of this forum between CABEI and its extra-regional partner, the Republic of Korea, reflects the commitment that the bank keeps of being a driver of positive transformation in the region, working as a bridge to attract new opportunities of collaboration, both for economic growth and the quality of life of people. This space has been designed for all of us here can forge strategic partnerships, exchange innovative ideas, and explore the huge possibilities that the free trade agreement K-CAFTA offers to our economies. We are very pleased for the path we are building together. So be all welcome to the K-CAFTA Forum 2024. To start, we have the honor of presenting a message from the first Vice Minister of Economy and Finance of Korea, Mr. Kim Bong-sok, who is joining us remotely. Let's hear. Distinguished guests for participating in the K-CAFTA. The fifth anniversary of the treaty. It's an honor for us to welcome you, to people from the Korean, for the Business Forum of Korea and Central America. Has more than 60 years of bilateral ties, having established relationships since 1990s. In the 1990s, direct investment of Korea and Central America has multiplied more than 33 times. And recently, Korean containers, what the coffee from Costa Rica and Panama. Korea has supported effectively the purport, including the energy development and construction infrastructure. In the last years, Korea has implemented successfully free trade agreements with the 5 countries. With Guatemala, lo que profundidad. Dear guests, as the world economy continues facing uncertainties given the world conditions, the mutual cooperation between Korea and Central America is more important. The Central America connected to North America and South America has a great potential for growth due to its abundant resources and young population. I believe that it is reported to have a commitment to stress. The textile, Korean textile area has been a long time established in Central America, extracted the great market. Last year, a Korean company of KDMU and a company of Honduras in textile production, Northern Textile, signed an agreement. Although the combination of capital and the resources and labor generates unlimited opportunities for the region. The Business Forum K-CAFTA offers a variety of options to promote collaboration between startups of both countries. It will take place in sharing and the auto parts, cosmetics, and medical devices, internet security, and others. We expect that the more 120 Korean companies and Central American companies during the event will help each other and learn about the markets and business practices of our regions and build a future. The government of Korea is offered to support its experience in the economic development and resources of the region, utilizing programs such as KSP and EDFC to promote economic exchange. I ask the business people from Central America, as well as governments and international organizations, to pay attention to the market and Korean companies from diverse. Distinguished Korean business people guests, Costa Rica means the coast of abundance. I hope that this forum held today here in Costa Rica will be a moment and a place for all of you. By strengthening even more economic cooperation based on the K-CAFTA, we trust that Korea and Central America will become partners for prosperity. Well, thank you very much for this message to Mr. Kim Bom-soo. Now we are going to listen to the distinguished panelists who will give us their opening remarks. We would like to invite Mr. Kim Dong-jun, General Director of the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea. Distinguished Madam Gisela Hassel, Executive President of the CABEI in Costa Rica, Mr. Henrique Valeria in Costa Rica, Korea, dear friends.
¿Estás oyendo?
Estoy oyendo.
Pero no son de ellas.
Ajá.
Por eso hay que pasar al inglés. ¿No? ¿No estás oyendo la traducción? Sí. ¿Y no la vas a pasar al inglés?
Sí, en eso estoy.
Ah.
This event has two very important meanings. First of all, Honorable Rodrigo Chávez, President of Costa Rica, Honorable David Bukele, President of El Salvador, will be assisting our forum. Will be attending our forum. The fact that two presidents come to a business forum is something that doesn't happen frequently. This is why it's a great pleasure, honor to have them with us, and hope this will be very fruitful thanks to the President. The second important aspect is that this is as an event celebrated together with CABEI, in which I held the position of director for Korea with the President that took office after I entered my furnace. It's the first time that we meet. But the other directors and workers are my colleagues with whom I shared my life for 3 years and a half. It is a great pleasure to see them again after a year and a half. In 2022, we commemorated the 60th anniversary between diplomatic relation between Korea and Central America. To date, starting with Chile, we have signed free trade agreements with Peru, Colombia, and the 6 countries in Central America. And by joining IDB and CABEI in 2020, we have supported the social and economic development of the region. Even so, the volume of trade and investment between both regions does not yet reach the expected levels. Why is this happening? The physical distance and the language barrier might be one of the main reasons. But personally, I believe that the main reason is that the two regions do not know each other very well. During my 3 years stay in Latin America as a director for Korea at CABEI, what I felt firsthand was that Central America is a land of opportunities with abundant resources and young manpower, a place on the other side of the world full of passion and happiness. Therefore, every time I meet with Korean companies, I recommend to come to the Central American market. In this sense, this business forum is very important. The fact that you are here and get to know each other personally, to get to be acquainted with each other. Therefore, from now on, the Korean government is planning to propose through CABEI similar opportunities to this forum. This time we are celebrating, it is being held in Costa Rica, but next time we will be inviting you to come to Korea. Through this type of meetings, we will be providing our support so you can close the psychological distance and get to know each other. The Republic of Korea, because of the colonization of war, was one of the poorest countries in the planet without having resources or decent technology. However, in just a few years, it managed to have unprecedented economic growth that might not be repeated in the history of the worldwide economic development. This experience and original context of the Korean economic development are being used as a reference model for the development of many developing countries. In particular, I am sure that for Central American countries, a country such as Korea that has grown on the base of exports can be the best partner in the world. I hope that this forum can reduce the psychological distance between both regions and that it translates into more active trade and investments for the joint prosperity of both regions. Dear business people, once more, thank you very much for your attendance. I hope that you plant many seeds during this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Kim Dong-yoon. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea in Costa Rica, Mr. Jong Kyun-sok. Mr. Ambassador, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Gisela Sanchez, Executive President of CABEI. Mr. Gwen Macis Castros, Director for Costa Rica of CABEI. And distinguished Mr. Kim Dong-yoon, General Director of the Ministry of Economy and Finances of Korea. And Ambassador Valerio, Ambassador of Costa Rica in Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here today in this forum that seeks to strengthen the relationships between Korea and Costa Rica as well as the Central American region. I am grateful with the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, and the Korean delegation for making this space of dialogue and cooperation possible. This year, we are celebrating 62 years of diplomatic relationships between Korea and Costa Rica. Throughout these 6 decades, we have built a relationship based on universal values such as peace, democracy, and human rights, which we continue promoting together in the international arena. This friendship that we have strengthened over time has allowed us to create a context of cooperation on important matters for both nations, from sustainable development, technological innovation, and of course, the commercial trade exchange. The free trade agreement between Korea and the Central American countries has opened opportunities for business, promoting the creation of jobs and promoting the cultural exchange between our peoples. For the region's company, from the Central American region's company, the free trade agreement represents not just an open to the door to the Korean market, but also a co- uh, close cooperation tool that offers trust and support to expand in a new economic environment. The free trade agreement has opened paths towards exports and investment, and also has made known in Central America the richness of the Korean culture, from our vehicles of advanced technology to the care of Korea, of Korean skin, known world, the K beauty and the K path and our gastronomy have made Korea to become a global front. I would like to mention the importance of the business rounds between Korean business people and the 6 Central American countries that are members of this agreement. These meetings are fundamental to activate and take the most advantage of the free trade agreement, while at the same time they reinforce the work we do together and bonds with institutions such as CABEI. These meetings allow to strengthen our business relationships and assess potential opportunities. In this sense, I am grateful for the commitment of each of the Central American nations, to reinforce this agreement. Costa Rica, in particular, has been a firm, constant partner for Korea along the path to a stronger collaboration each day. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to advance in this common agenda and take advantage of the opportunities that this forum offers. I invite you to continue working together, to continue strengthening the shared values, our cultures, and trade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador John Kyun-sok. Now we welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Ambassador of the Republic of Costa Rica in Korea, Mr. Jorge Enrique Valerio. Mr. Ambassador. Good morning, Ms. Gisela, President of CABEI, Mr. Macis, representative of Costa Rica. General Director came from the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Korea. Our dear friend, the Ambassador of Korea, John Konsok. Ministers, vice ministers, Costa Rican authorities, diplomatic body, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to Costa Rica, to those who are attending this important forum that sets a new phase in the leverage of the free trade agreement of Central America and the Republic of Korea, signed in 2019. I am happy to see among the attendants many known faces of people who know and are familiarized with the exchange with Korea, which shows the interest and especially the possibilities of generating in these 2 days new initiatives for a better and dynamic exchange with Korea. The Korean market is very attractive for the Central American economies, given that it has a population of almost 52 million people with a high GDP and index of development that is very high and a huge technological potential and knowledge potential. The Korean market is also of great interest because Korea is an importer of food products, a sector in which our offer stands out worldwide because of its food safety, quality, freshness, and competitive prices. In addition, Korea is a ideal strategic business partner because it's a leader in the technological arena, given its strong investment in the innovation, research, development sectors, and its human capital. I appreciate the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Korea, CLAC, and other entities that have made it possible to have a outstanding participation of Korean companies and Central American stakeholders, where they will be able to exchange information to generate new business exchange and possibilities of investment for the benefit of our populations. The addition of Guatemala to the free trade agreement completes the opportunities between our region and Korea. Undoubtedly, the contribution that CABEI can give as a bridge between Korea and Central America to promote the development, economic growth, sustainability, and innovation by identifying and preparing projects that incorporate knowledge, technologies, and best practices in relevant areas such as health, energy, infrastructure, mobility, technologies, ICTs. Adaptation and mitigation to climate change, supported by the Fiduciary Fund to assist in the construction of a hopeful future for the region. Allow me now to focus on aspects that contribute to advance the business relationship and new ways of cooperation and investment. I am using the data and benefits that will be given in future technical presentations, so my words will be showing our availability in supporting the request for assistance from our embassy in Seoul in coordination with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other competent entities for the development of joint initiatives and projects. Korea is our third partner of importance in Asia, and since the free trade agreement became effective, our trade has increased 74%. For instance, in our exports of medical devices have grown 2.5 times and represent today 52% of the exports of the Costa Rican exports to Korea, followed by 20% in the agricultural sector. Bananas, for instance, went from 0 to 13 million. The exports of pineapple almost doubled. Some minerals for recycling show a significant growth in 2023, as other products on the electric and electronic sectors. We continue moving forward in a coordination of paperwork with COMEX and NASA and the quarantine, animal and plant quarantine to bring pork and beef to the Korean market. Since 2021, Costa Rica was enabled to export 9 species of fishing products to Korea. As Korea, Costa Rica is a member of OECD, which allows to frame the bilateral relationship with quality parameters, guarantees, and a sound strategic partnership. In Costa Rica, we have many multinational companies that encompass different sectors such as health, advanced manufacturing, light manufacturing, digital technologies, global services, the food industry, and the agribusiness. Our country has successfully built a collaborative ecosystem in which these industries converge and prosper. Costa Rica has a strategic location for nearshoring, offshoring, and the free trade area regime is the pillar to promote exports and investments in Costa Rica, which consists on a series of incentives and benefits granted by the government of Costa Rica to companies that seek to make new investments in the country and provides tax incentives. The bilateral relationship between our countries is very strong, politically speaking, because of the democratic vocation, peace, stability. Bilateral cooperation is extended with new cooperation, triangular cooperation schemes. The participation of COICA, our International Cooperation Agency, with this triangular cooperation system in other countries of the region. For instance, I would like to mention the ELICE-2 project, which is a research project in partnership with the productive sector and entrepreneurship that will start next year its second phase, led by the University of Costa Rica and the Teja University of Korea, and financed by COICA for the triangular collaboration with universities in El Salvador and Honduras to start. I am sure that the startup companies today will be interested in knowing more in depth the collaboration of the entrepreneurship derived from knowledge and collaboration between the university and the business sector. Our Ministry of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications, MISIT, has been developed for years technical cooperation project with the Ministry of Interior and Security of the Republic of Korea, MOIS. The digital government and its National Agency for the Promotion of the Industry, NIPA, keep a laboratory, lab, to have access to the latest trends in digital technologies and the fourth industrial revolution, such as digital fabrication, software development, discovery of ideas, and prototype support. Also with the Korean Agency of Internet Security, KISA, for issues related to cybersecurity, and with the National Agency of Society and Information, NIA, and now also it has developed with TOPIS to develop collaboration in the smart transportation system. Given all this cooperation and transfer of knowledge from Korea, we would also like to see a larger number of Korean companies investing in the region, in particular the high-tech companies. Our country has been recognized regionally for its leadership in the semiconductor industry, given our important experience of more than a fourth of a century in this and other advanced manufacturing technologies. Costa Rica has been able to promote and develop holistic skills to back up our semiconductor industry system and participate actively in the global value chain in assembling, testing, design, and promotion of suppliers of equipment. Probably you have heard about the recent successful tour of the President Rodrigo Chavez to the United States to attract investment, to attract more investors and partnerships with important worldwide technological companies. This tour promoted the country in the growing industry of semiconductors as an investment destination for digital services. For this reason, I would like to invite you so that Costa Rican companies can consider Costa Rica as a partner to expand its productive uh, production in this area. Our country developed to develop specialized talents required by the semiconductors industry and specialized manufacturing, in addition to the excellent incentives of the regulatory framework it offers. An excellent piece of news is that beginning in 2026, the University of Costa Rica will offer a major in AI in engineering. In Costa Rica, you also have with Procamera a strategic partner to facilitate the processes to consolidate investment in projects. This institution supports already established companies and newcomers to promote large multinationals on the semiconductor sector so that they can see the advantages offered by our country, but as well as other areas. Another partner, as you can verify in the forum, is the president of the private sector and its representatives who can contribute and clarify aspects related to the businesses and new trade opportunities. The invitation is also to the Korean cosmetic industry, very well represented in this activity, in addition to the direct sales, in looking for developing joint businesses with local partners and take advantage of their research in the derivatives of agricultural products as important novel components in this industry. As an ambassador of Costa Rica in Korea, and I know that my colleagues, ambassadors of the other countries in the region that live in Seoul would agree with me, my presence here would like to express the availability of our embassies in Seoul to support the projects that I am sure will arise from these 2 days of conversations that will require support once you go back to Korea. For the dimensions of our economies, the complementarity of our offers as a region, we are more attractive to the Korean market to offer quality products at a larger scale. An example is the export of coffee of quality from our countries to the Asia and Korea. Last week, in fact, Costa Rica and Honduras, through its institutes of coffee, signed with the mayor of the metropolitan government, the WUSAM, a memorandum of understanding to enhance the offer of coffee that promotes great development. Being the Busan port, the airport where 56% of the merchandise of Costa Rican exports enter into Korea. We believe that this close relation with this port city will allow to have more trade in other products as well. I would like to take advantage to insist so that we can reach a healthy win-win trade exchange. It's important to increase the Korean investments in high value added chains. Before concluding, I would like to thank all of the attendants and in particular the delegation that is here from Korea. I know that the effort and sacrifice that the long trip from Seoul represents to participate in the working sessions. I'm sure that the positive results of this forum will compensate widely the hard work and your tiredness. My personal appreciation to Ambassador Chom Kun-sak, with whom we have constant communication, effective communication for the work of both embassies. I would also like to reiterate our willingness in Seoul and our availability in Seoul to continue offering support that you require to coordinate with our ministries in Costa Rica. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Jorge. And to wrap up the K-CAFTA words, the director of Costa Rica before the CABEI will address a few remarks. Mr. Erwin Macis. Good morning. Mr. Minister of Finance, Nogi Acosta, and Governor of Board Member of CABEI. Mr. Kim Byung-shuk, Vice Minister of Finance and Trade of the Republic of Korea. Kim Dong-jung, General Director of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. John Kyun-shuk, Ambassador to the Republic of Korea in Costa Rica. Jorge Enrique Valerio, Ambassador of Costa Rica to Korea. Directors, uh, co-workers at BESIA, Executive President of CABEI, Gisela Sanchez. Dear entrepreneurs and friends, welcome. I hope we have two very fruitful days for with high value for all of you. We've organized it with this objective. My name is Erwin Macis, and I'm the director taking the seat at CABEI on behalf of Costa Rica. Let me begin by thanking all of the CABEI team, from the directors, executive president, as well as all of the coworkers from the various departments that have made it possible with their effort to carry out this important forum of the various countries in Honduras, El Salvador, Korea, Panama, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Korea, of course. Today, we are here ready to begin a very intensive process of transfer of knowledge between two regions in the world that are geographically very far away from each other, but that because of the good relationships that have been created through time, to, today we feel very close. Distance hasn't been an obstacle to come closer at a cultural, social, diplomatic, and commercial perspective. From 2015, when the first negotiations of the free trade agreement between Korea and Central America, the commercial exchanges have been consistently increasing. Our region has seen an important acceleration in the levels of exports, basically in coffee, edible oils, sugar, biomedical products, textiles, minerals, among others. According to the data of the Secretariat of Central American Economic Integration for 2024, Korea is in the 11th position as a trade partner in the region. In exports in figures above $600 million. And as far as imports, with growth over 23% according to CIECA figures. So the results have also been moving forward. The treaty has generated positive results, but we shouldn't leave. We shouldn't stop doing joint efforts to positively take advantage of all of the opportunities this trade agreement offers and which is now on the table. The new business models like friendshoring show that commercial relationships between countries that are friends should be promoted and strengthened and harvested in such a way that it allows us to succeed. Now, we shouldn't only be promoting sustained growth of the exports in Central America to our trade partner in Korea, but also take advantage of the great facilities of this treaty so that citizens in a region can increasingly take advantage and have access to the great variety of goods and services, inputs and Korean technology with very high standards of quality and processes of innovation at a very high level. On the other hand, the treaty should imply the mobilization of Korean investment to countries in the region and the other way around. Therefore, we need to promote this exchange of knowledge between the productive industrial sectors of both regions in such a way that we can identify those that allows us to carry out investment flows and movements that benefit us in both directions. This event is focused and is targeted at a specific group of a sector of the economy: precision agriculture, cosmetics, pharmacy, medical devices, cybersecurity, car parts mostly. And here we have a lot to take advantage of from both regions in the world. Before I was told I only had 5 minutes, but because I can't see the timer, I will go on. No. With the Republic of Korea, we've worked very important initiatives at the Bank for Countries in the region, where we've carried out important studies for the transformation of our countries. For instance, in El Salvador, urban transport initiatives in public security, the Dominican Republic, in Costa Rica, in agricultural innovation, among others. We've received and subscribed important collaborations such as the trust fund, a single donor, Korea CABEI, that for 2022 has generated contributions to the region by our country, brother country of Korea for over $850 million. I'd like to wrap up by thanking the former director and friend King for his decided support in jointly carrying out this event in Costa Rica. For the bank as the most important trade partner of Costa Rica, it's an honor to have so many authorities. The Minister of Finance, Nogia Costa, before coming in, was telling me that these events in which the bank can participate, generating beyond a loan to a country, these events make the difference. And he congratulated us for the initiative. I fully agree with him. I hope that all of you, Korean and Central American friends that are visiting us in Costa Rica, that you can all be taken care of in the best possible way, that your expectations are fulfilled, and that we can move forward in the expected commercial activities. And of course, that may God take care of us. We will also have the participation of important leaders in the region. Very soon, we're going to listen to President Rodrigo Chavez with some remarks, and President Bukele will be carrying out the closing remarks. So it's a very important event, and I feel very motivated. I would like to tell you that I tried learning welcome in Korean, and let me show all Koreans a Costa Rican word, pura vida. Pura vida is such a big word that I would like for you to perceive and feel it from our country. Thank you, and pura vida to all. Thank you, Mr. Erwin Macis, and Pura Vida for all of our guests. Before moving on to our agenda, we'd like to let you know that we have a large staff of interpreters throughout the event, not only for the activities in this room, but also for the contacts that from Korea and Central America that may arise at any moment. For these conversations, you will always count on our translation services. Let me ask Heidi Rodriguez and Diego Meneses from CABEI. They will be in charge of coordinating the interpreters so that you can make use of them. And also, our interpreters will have a badge that says interpreter. So if you run into any one of them, do not hesitate calling them so that you can establish this contact, which is a part of the objectives. Thanks, Heidi and Diego, that will help us coordinate. Now, this is the time to get started on our first session with a panel that will deal with trade promotion and the collaboration on strategic sectors for both regions. This session will be moderated by Mr. Hong Sung Woo. He has a PhD master's degree in economics, and he's the current head of the Africa, Middle East, and Latin America teams in the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, KIEP. He's also been a researcher and was appointed research coordinator at the Latin American Studies Association of Korea in 2024. He's also worked as Director of Foreign Cooperation for the Korean Association of Lusophone Area Studies and as Research Assistant at the Korean National Pension Research Institute. We will also receive as a guest Che Jang Shim, General Director of the Trade Investment Promotion Agency of Korea in Guatemala, that will talk about the relevance of trade between Korea and Central America from the perspective of FDI. Mr. Shim had obtained his degree in political sciences and diplomacy, apart from a master's degree in contemporary studies. He has worked in COTRA in the Department of Shows and Conventions, also support of foreign investment as manager of COTRA Buenos Aires, and in the Office of Public Affairs at the headquarters. He has been the deputy director in COTRA Madrid, worked in the Department of Development and Management of HR, Digital Trade, and Consumer Goods at the headquarters. Since 2022, he's the General Director of COTRA in Guatemala. And we'd also like to invite David Juarez, Vice President of the Guatemalan Korean Chamber of Commerce, that has been in this position for 2 consecutive periods. His academic background is very outstanding as well, with magna cum laude degrees, international trade and marketing with the University of the Isthmus in Guatemala, MBA in international trade in Ajun, South Korea, uh, business studies in Harvard and the University of London. For over 15 years of experience in business in Latin America and Asia, and having visited this continent in over 20 occasions, Mr. Juarez will contribute his invaluable knowledge of this perspective. Let's welcome these guests so that we can begin this session, the Business Forum K-CAFTA. My name is Hong Song Fu from Kiev. I assume the head of Middle East Africa and Latin America. I feel truly honored for being here as a moderator in this session and as a guest speaker. The first session will be on the development of trade and cooperation in key sectors between Korea and Central America. I believe this topic coincides with the purpose of this forum. This topic has us here, uh, to me and the three speakers, and I'm the first speaker, and will be followed by Shinje Sang, Director of COTRA in Guatemala. And then David Juarez, that will be the last speaker. He's the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce between Korea and Guatemala. Let me explain how we're going to organize this session. We have 45 minutes, but we're running a little bit behind schedule. Therefore, every speaker will have 10 minutes. And if we have extra time, we will spend that time to ask some questions to the speakers on behalf of the audience. The questions you may have may be solved throughout the break so that we make the best use of the time that we have. So I've explained the meaning of the session and the way in which we're going to organize this session. Now let me offer my presentation. The slides are ready. The presentation that I have for you is called a win-win partnership, strategic trade cooperation, collaboration between Korea and Central America in times of global uncertainty. Well, I will explain the win-win situations and how both parties can explore the trade opportunities and cooperation in times of uncertainty. The first thing I'd like to underscore is, given the global uncertainty, not only in Korea and Central America, but all countries in the world are going through difficulties. This uncertainty is because of the issues with the global supply chain and apparently the trade conflict between the US and China. That was an important factor. The conflict and the pandemic also created this uncertainty. And the products that are globally exported are once again there, and it states several difficulties to countries. The US elections that have just finished, and we are with the new government in office in the US, and I imagine the conflict of the US and China may worsen as many aspects forecast. And in this situation, not only Korea, but Central American countries, the ones that should reflect on the strategies to respond to the increasing instability, because all these factors affect the economic growth of every nation. Bearing in mind this factor of uncertainty, Korea and Central America can take advantage of the current situation, but in a slightly different way. I would use the approach innovative, but what I would like to underscore is we have to think of innovative ways to take advantage of this situation as an opportunity. In such a way, we will build our cooperation. In the middle of this uncertainty, Korea and Central America can advocate for different purposes. For instance, Korea wants to position itself as an exporter and needs to diversify their export origins, whereas with Central America, it can have a different approach, like a bigger incorporation in the global supply chain. If before its incorporation was smaller, Central America now has the possibility of increasing its participation in the global supply chain. And with this purpose, every party has their various objectives, and this is because of different factors. We can't stop mentioning the US. In 2026, TEMEX will be reviewed to decide the extension of this treaty to 2036. After this date, for Mexico, it's a shame because Trump has gone into power and we still don't know where the US will put pressure. But for Central America, obviously, this represents an opportunity. And I should also mention the uh, Act of the Americas, whose bill was submitted in March this year. And the main purpose is to promote the collaboration of the US with the Americas, with the country in the Americas to counteract China. And Costa Rica and Uruguay will be taken into account. Why? Because these two countries are members of OECD and they don't have such large economies, so they won't threaten the US economy so much. It's not my opinion, but it's what we can see in the law of the Americas. This still hasn't been passed, but in January next year, this bill will be abolished with the new Congress. But what's important is this act was submitted by the Senate as well as the Chamber of Representatives. We should follow up this law, but I think it's worth for Central Americans to take it into account in the future. And also considering that all of these factors that can be included, Central American countries can also be included apart from Mexico. In this context, for Korea, this agreement may mean an opportunity. This slide shows three strategies or approaches that can promote an increment of cooperation that is win-win for both regions. These approaches became more important than ever. In the case of Korea, we see Central American and export and investment sector or opportunity. And for Central America, in the midst of the uncertainty, how to incorporate in the global supply chain is an important task. On the other hand, the conflict between the US and China keeps growing, which is an opportunity for Central America that can be extended with the eventual revision of, in this case, Korea should look at Central America as a bridge to have access to the US market. Taking into account the previous factors, Central America can be a nearshoring platform. Now it faces new changes in its environment, and therefore nearshoring should attract more investments so that for this to happen, Central America should reinforce its industrial capacities, and therefore multinationals will pay more attention to a Central American market, and these products can be exported to the US. Well, it's what I just mentioned. And to summarize what I just said, it's important for Central America to attract the attention of multinationals, and to this end, they need to reinforce the neutral, the industrial skills and make efforts to achieve a larger incorporation in the global supply chain. This task should be taken care of basically around SMEs, according to certain studies. In considering the three elements, if we take into account the US market, manufacturing is still important, and we need to prioritize it. Then infrastructure is critical to facilitate the mobility among countries and within the country. Infrastructure is critical to facilitate trade and generate more opportunities. Central Americans may further reflect on infrastructure. Transport is an important idea. Once the physical infrastructure is built, it is essential to promote the digitalization, to make the flows of logistics even more efficient and apply advanced technologies. And this is how I can summarize the three approaches we need to promote. And this is my last slide. This is a summary of everything I've been discussing. And in these times of uncertainty, we need to take advantage of this situation to create opportunities. Korea should diversify export destinations, whereas Central America needs to focus on the participation of the global supply chain because it'll translate in more economic benefits. In the areas of cooperation, infrastructure, transport service, mostly transport services, and every country should take these approaches into account to face the factors of uncertainty. With this, let me finish my presentation. Thank you. It's been my brief presentation. Now let me introduce you to Shim Sen-sang, General Director of COTRA, Guatemala. You have 10 minutes. Okay. My apologies because today I will be presenting in Spanish and you can listen to simultaneous translation to listen to my presentation. I would like to make a brief introduction to myself to solve two mysteries. One is, who is this very young person to do a presentation? I'm 43 years old, but I look younger. It's the magic of Korean cosmetics, as I always say. And to this meeting, we have many cosmetic companies, so take advantage of it. And I hope many business people from Central America can import more Korean cosmetics to look younger. The second mystery I wanted to solve is, why is there a Korean speaking Spanish? The hostess has introduced me, but I lived in Latin America. My dad did the same thing I did. I was born in Uruguay. I lived in Colombia, Venezuela, and Mexico. And I worked in Buenos Aires, Madrid, and I've been for 3 years in Guatemala, and now I have to go back to Korea. But it's the first time I lived in Central America. And something special or different to me is that every time I visited a country and talked to someone from Central America, because of their kindness, they always invited me to the best coffee in the world. Unfortunately, I can't drink coffee because if I do, I can't sleep at night. But because it's the best coffee in the world, uh, I took a cup of coffee and then went to bed. After 3 years, the trick I learned was that Central America has the best rum in the world. So if I didn't have any problems. After 3 years, I go back with half my blood with coffee and the other half with rum. Thank you for your gift and friendship.
Now, speaking specifically about Korea, for about 10, 15 years, when I said I was from Korea, they asked me if I was from South Korea or North Korea. Now, much less, thanks to the Korean culture that has become popular with BTS or Blackpink. They know more about Korea, there's South Korea and its culture and the entertainment with the technology of platforms. They know many Korean series and movies and films. This popularity of our culture has expanded to the consumption goods sector, such as food or the K-beauty, the cosmetics, and it is now highly demanded in Central America. Korea, many of you know very well this. In the past, we were one of the 10 largest economy according to GDP, but now we are a little one step down, but we continue being among the one most economies in the world compared to Central America. Its surface is similar to that of Guatemala, while our population is closer to the joint population of all of Central America. Although in the GDP, we have about 5 times higher, the growth of our Central American economy is much higher. On the other hand, in the exchange of exports and imports, we see that the percentage is still very low for both parties, that we doesn't even reach 1%. With the free trade agreement, we hope that we grow more. Korea has its major trade partners because of the closeness many Asian countries, but in Central America, the United States and China are one of the main markets, and since we have a free trade agreement with both parties, they are our major partners. Korea being a small country that doesn't have crude oil, we import 100% crude oil from Australia and Saudi Arabia, while the export is being done a lot to countries near us in the region. The most exported products, as you know, were the famous Samsung, LG, and semiconductors are being exported a lot, and also automobiles from Kia and Hyundai are among our main exporters. As I have mentioned, we don't have crude oil, but we have the oil refining technology, so we are exporting gasoline and diesel, among other products. And we have also been very strong in the metal sector and the chemical sector. The most imports in Korea, we depend 100% of the crude oil imports, and the other sectors are also close. We import electronic machinery and vehicles. And instead, Central America also imports lots of oil, refined oil products, although there is a little bit of crude oil, but you don't have the technology, you have to import also gasoline and diesel from Korea. But since you don't have a manufacturing base for appliances and cars, you depend on imports. But in exports, you can see the most important products are medical supplies, but this depends because Costa Rica is one of the major exporters of medical supplies. But in the other countries, as you know very well, their main export products are coffee, sugar, banana, and scrap metal. So how the free trade agreement between Korea and Central America affected? What has it been that since the free trade agreement became effective? We see that most have increased the exports from Korea to Central America, with the exception of Panama, because Panama, since it is a country that depends a lot on the exchange trade on vessels in that market and environment, there is a great deal of influence more than the free trade agreement. So there could be a reason for the exception. While the imports from Korea to Korea from Central America, some increased and some are constant, but once again, Panama is the exception because of the same reason that they import a lot in terms of vessels, and since Costa Rica depends on the medical supply sector, so when there are countries that depend a lot on one product, it has causes a little bit of fluctuation depending on the market more than the free trade agreement. Even last year, these are figures for 2023. Last year, the exchange rate in Korea increased a lot, so this also made the imports to decrease. Between Korea and Central America, the major trade products are the ones that are exchanged. Vehicles, especially new and used, are being exported a lot. We also have companies that from auto parts to the medians, so please take advantage. New auto parts and used auto parts, you can talk to some of the companies that are participating here. And the free trade agreement with Korea, what benefits most of Central America? Auto parts, also in a few years of food products and plastics, and mostly vehicles, although some sectors such as coffee are excluded. However, for Central America, with the free trade immediately started benefiting zero duties for the products of largest exports to South Korea. These are figures for this year. We see that the total exchange between Korea and Central America, most has increased with the exception of Guatemala. Guatemala, as you know, has already signed the free trade agreement in Korea, but it has not yet become effective. So please, this is a treaty between Korea and all of Central America, has to go through Congress in all of the member countries. So hopefully we can all support so Guatemala's starts doing business as soon as possible. So how can we implement this free trade agreement between Korea and Central America? In COTRA, we are a government organization that assists in the promotion of trade and investment. In Guatemala, we have offices. We are covering Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, and the office in Panama also covers the rest of Central America. So you can contact us freely, and also we have a TLC center. Any TRC center or duties, you can ask and we can help you. We also have the classic platforms such as digital platform. We have a website called Buy Korea where you can look as in Amazon any Korean product and you can buy samples. It's a free website, so you can register to look for any product of interest. We have the classic options. We have fairs and business rounds in Korea and in other places, such as tomorrow's event. And we also participate in international fairs with Kotra stands. So you can contact us, and we will be pleased to help you. Thank you very much. Mr. Sim has shared his personal experience with Central America and the trade relationship and the main exchange trade between both regions has mentioned, as well as role of Kotra in this process. Thank you very much, Mr. Oshin, for your presentation. Our last speaker in this session also has 10 minutes. Good morning. And we are going to share the experience in terms of being Central American business colleagues about the evolution of the free trade agreement and some years earlier, because we celebrated Korea Luck in Rio de Janeiro with the support of the Central Inter-American Development Bank, and we had a perspective of 20 years backward, and we have found very important results that the trade between Latin America and Korea went from $10 billion to more than $56 billion. Mostly in the large economies is where the greatest trade exchange has taken place. Mexico and Brazil, which has made to export and import more and attract more investment, not just in products, but also because in terms of service exchange, the trade between Latin America and Korea has increased to $11 billion just in 2023. And Latin America has been able to capture $3 billion from Korean sources, which is generating employment and more economic dynamism in our Latin American countries. Now the question is, how can we replicate this success story that Latin America has had, especially led by Mexico and Brazil, but in our Central American countries? And this is where we start with the dynamics that Roberto Carpi mentioned, who was one of the Guatemalan vice presidents. He said, I was born in Guatemala, but I will die as Central American. This is something of the Central America integration. We feel ourselves members of all 6 countries. So we have some charts which replicate what Mr. Shim presented. How this experience has been happening in Latin America, although taking into account free trade agreements in other countries such as Chile, which was signed in 2006, which was the first, Peru, which has also had some success stories, making Korea be its third export destination, as well as Colombia that implemented it in the last few years with very good results in the diversification of its products. So what has happened in these 4 years since 2020, and the first countries such as El Salvador and Costa Rica and Honduras and Nicaragua started making their exports, and 2021 Panama. And as Mr. Shim said, we have had a variety of results. For instance, in the case of Guatemala, there has been more dynamism both of imports and exports by changing the dynamic, as well as El Salvador. For instance, we see exports that are significant, while the imports which is another important point to stress that we should recap, especially because the products that we bring to Central America from Korea help us be more productive to improve our productive chains and improve our quality of life. We also have the case of Nicaragua, where we see a substantial drop of imports in the last 2 years. And the case of Costa Rica, we also notice a sustained growth of exports and also a growth of imports. And in terms of Central America as a whole, we have a challenge. The trend of the last 10 years in 2014 to 2023 is decreasing. And as Mr. Juan mentioned, we have to be innovative as to how we can make sure that this free trade agreement is a tool that really energizes and enhances the effects, because take into account the large Latin American economies that have a great success in the Korean Central American trades, not precisely because they have a free trade agreement. Brazil is negotiating, and also Mexico, because the industrial sector has been lagging behind the negotiation. Yet they have increased their trade flows and attracted a lot of investment, especially to the north of Mexico. So what can we do using these charts to make sure that we can have an increase in flow and to replicate the models of the rest of Latin America and the commercial exchange between Korea and Central America? What do we buy from Korea in 2023? We had different types of products in each of the countries of Latin America. And as it was mentioned in previous presentation, that these products, such as vehicles, technology, also food chain products or personal care. So there are many areas, business areas, where that we need to take advantage of, but taking into account, in particular, our proposal for the business sector is to have innovation and go beyond and this global economy energized by AI, the virtual connections, to be able to have a platform and a digital platform and community in which Central American and Korean business people can do more and better business. So please show the video. Discover the Korean Central American business community, your direct bridge to the commercial success between two regions full of opportunities. This is much more than a space. It's a dynamic and strategic platform designed for visionary Korean and Central American business people that want to expand their business, facilitate trade exchange and access to key information under the free trade agreement Korea Central America. What will you find in our community? First, access to the markets, simplifies your commercial process with smart tools, check updated tariffs, rates, and tax deductions year after year. Just enter the tariff, the country of origin of the product, and the country of destination. And you will be able to know the product classification, description, base tariff rate, and tariff deductions for each year. So you will know what percent of tariff or duty is being paid today. Have access to exclusive market studies with information on production, consumption, phytosanitary measures, and optimal logistic routes. Second, a guide for imports and exports. To move products between regions, here you find everything you need. Find specific requirements for imports and exports between countries. Just select if you want to export or import. Select the country of origin and the destination country, and you will have a list of requirements and steps to follow. You will also find the suggested routes, both sea and estimated times. Third, international trade. Take advantage to the maximum of the free trade agreement Korea Central America, known as K-FTA. Learn about the benefits of the treaty for each Central American country. Download the official text and have access to explanatory videos designed especially for entrepreneurs like you. Fourth, business opportunities. Find investment projects, bidding tenders, and publish your own announcements to connect with interested business people. 5, business connections. More than a network, we are an interactive community. Create your profile, personalize your interests, post, comment, and ask for business people for meetings with other business people to enhance your business opportunities. Finally, support and exclusive resources. Get trained with specialized documents. Have access to our calendar of key events. Get personalized assistance to answer your questions and streamline your operations. Join now. You will not just be part of a community, but you will take a firm step towards making your business grow. Register for free and discover how the Korean Central American business community can open doors to a world of possibilities. Very well, this proposal, thank you. This proposal is to be able to close the gaps that we still have to do more and better business. Starting from the experience that we have two resolve two issues. One, that we need to connect better, and the second, to be able to harmonize regulatory matters so that we can overcome access permits, especially the health and phytosanitary permits, and especially the challenge for Central American countries is to speed up its permits processes to have more products in our region. Thank you very much. We are at your service. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Juarez. In addition to the trade between Central America and Korea, we have different tasks that we need still to solve. Thank you very much. Because of time restrictions, I believe that we should finish this session. Thank you very much all for your attention. Thank you very much to our panelists for your valuable presentation in this first session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The perspective have given us a clear overview of opportunities and challenges and the promotion of trade and collaboration in key sectors between our region and Korea. And thank you all for your interest. Now I would like to invite you to a brief coffee break to have coffee. Before you go, I would like to ask you especially to make a very short coffee break because we have to get ready to welcome the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, who will be accompanying us in a few minutes. So we invite you first. You may leave your personal devices in the room and pay attention to the call because we would like you to be in the room when the president comes. Thank you very much for helping us for this brief coffee break. Enjoy. Please sit down. The presentees will be joining us soon. Thank you very much for your collaboration. At this time, the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Rodrigo Chavez Robles, is coming in the room. Please rise. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Costa Rica. You may take a seat. We now start a very relevant session in which we will be exploring the fundamental role of CABEI in the development of our region. CABEI has been and continues being an essential driver of positive transformation for Central America, acting as the main partner of our countries in the development of projects that improve the quality of life of millions of people. Thanks to the support of CABEI, Central America has experienced a significant progress in the construction of modern road infrastructure that connects communities, facilitates trade and mobility. Furthermore, the bank has promoted the construction of hospitals and health centers for the service of citizens, sustainable energy generation projects, quality health schools, and decent housing solutions, among other essential sectors for the well-being and prosperity of our nations. Each project financed by the bank represents an opportunity of growth, integration, and hope for our region. But after each decision, there is a well-defined strategy. This strategy was recently renewed, and today we have the honor of learning about it in words of its executive president, Ms. Gisela Sanchez, who will be presenting the new 5-year plan of CABEI and how this multilateral development institution is enhancing trade and cooperation between Korea and Central America. Let's invite her to join us with a warm round of applause. Welcome, Ms. Sanchez. Welcome all, Costa Rica. Thank you for the opportunity of being able to share CABEI's strategy for the next 5 years. And as any monumental work in the planet, it has taken very long to build the institution that we have today. Just as Rome wasn't built in a day, neither were the pyramids of Giza or a monumental piece of work such as the Parthenon, which took years in being built, and of course, La Church, La Sagrada Familia, which is still built under construction. In the same way, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration is a construction that has been built over time. I want to tell you what about our path. We started in 1963 thanks to the vision of the 5 Central American countries and a small investment of about $10 million. Then in 1992, we had the great news of welcoming both Mexico as the first extra-regional country and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and then Argentina, Colombia, Spain, Belize, the Dominican Republic, Panama, and Cuba joined us, and the last country we had the pleasure of turning into a member of CABEI is the Republic of Korea. In 2024, we are an inflection point for our bank and our region. And this is why we have defined a new purpose for CABEI. How can we create opportunities that raise the quality of life for all citizens in our member countries, and how we can become a true engine of positive transformation in our countries. We define 4 fundamental values which guide our work: integrity, respect, transparency, and excellence. And our aspiration, which is very ambitious, moving from being just support for the economic and social development of our countries to becoming a bank that truly maximizes our positive impact in the region. We are a AA bank in a B-flat SICA region, and CABEI has represented 50% of the developing banking in the last 20 years. Of course, CABEI is a great support for our countries, and we hope that in the next few years, this support will just continue growing and strengthening. What have been the 7 differentiating elements of CABEI? First, our deep knowledge of the region. Second, we are an agile bank that tries to implement a collaborative business model that supports countries in the best possible way. We are very good in mobilizing resources and generating a financial intermediation network that has more than 70 institutions as its members, plus our work in the development and assistance from a technical perspective to generate differentiating projects, support them throughout the project's life cycle, and include sustainability as a fundamental approach. How do we create value in the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, generating more competitive, economically integrated countries, countries in which people are more prosperous and inclusive, and of course, countries in which the development takes place in harmony with the planet. We have defined 4 strategic pillars for CABEI for the next 5 years. Transparency being a fundamental one that forces us to strengthen our governance and be accountable on a permanent basis to our member countries. Second, the maximization of the positive impact that we can have both in the region and at the level of the quality of life of people and the care of the planet. Operational excellence in everything we do. Part of this financial strengthening, that it's not just that. We have to be the most efficient bank that controls risks better, that transforms itself digitally, that takes care of its people, and that, of course, promotes sustainability and communication in everything we do. And finally, the 4th pillar that has to do with using the solid financial profile of the bank to put it at the service of our countries. We have defined 7 objectives: 2 in the economics dimension, 3 in the social, and 2 in the environment. But we want to continue being a leading bank in the development of infrastructure that is resilient and sustainable and that promotes the Central American integration. We also want to be the bank that supports entrepreneurs, that supports micro, small, and medium enterprises, and that attracts more foreign direct investment to our member countries. In the social dimension, 3 key objectives: how to improve the quality of life of people, especially those who are the most vulnerable, and of course, including our youth; how to retain the talent of our countries and enhance it; and of course, also how to promote more inclusion and gender equality. Happy to say that before the end of this year, we are going to eliminate the salary gap between men and women at CABEI as an example that things can be done and be done well. And finally, in the environmental dimension, to generate the most innovative solution to climate change and boost the natural capital of our countries in terms of water resources, protection of biodiversity as well. How are we going to measure these values through key performance indicators of our strategy, but also with international standards that allow us to measure the level of progress, such as the Social Progress Index, the Global Competitiveness Index, and of course the Environmental Performance Index also at a global level. We have these focus areas for the next few years: resilient and inclusive infrastructure, which has also always been a competitive advantage for CABEI; mobility and sustainable cities; financial inclusion and promotion of entrepreneurship; human development and social prosperity; and everything that has to do with biodiversity and water resources. And we are designing financial solutions, not products, but solutions, both for the public sector and the private sector, and of course generating projects that enhance the Central American integration. We are at this time 4 years after the free trade agreement between the Republic of Korea and the Central American countries were signed. This is a free trade agreement that has been a strategic and first to facilitate access to markets from the Republic of Korea to Central America, and from the Central American countries to the Republic of Korea, to attract more foreign direct investment, to be able to work in promoting and improving the competitiveness and diversification of our economies, boost employment, strengthen institutions, and of course, stimulate innovation and sophistication of the different sectors which are at the heart of the economies of our region. Clearly, the agreement has been fundamental for our country since its beginning in 2018 with Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama, and more recently with Guatemala. This free trade agreement has not just enhanced, and I'm going to show you the issue of trade between the Republic of Korea and Central America, but also it has supported us to attract more investment, bring more transparency and cooperation, and more competitiveness and sustainable development. Look at the data that show that clearly K-CAFTA has already had an impact, an increase of 200% in the aggregate trade volume between our region and the Republic of Korea, a strengthening of the trade relationships with all of the member countries, and of course, a positioning of Central America as a net importer to the Republic of Korea. We can do much more, and we hope the multilateral bank can support the member countries to promote this trade, that we can support in strengthening the regulatory frameworks, more financial cooperation, that as CABEI is our reason for being, more loans, more guarantees, more support for export banks, and more support for the financial sector through credit lines, but especially more knowledge about trade, how we can have a better analysis of the trends and trade and policies, what are those great drivers in the long term and those trends that we need to leverage, how we understand the competitive potential of each of our countries, and of course, how we use information to be able to systematize it and take the most advantage of it. Clearly, there is a roadmap that has been defined by the countries in the case of our Central American members, how we can integrate better to be a region with a greater potential for the Republic of Korea, and how we can complement each other and cooperate more. In the case of the Republic of Korea, how we can attract more FDI, more technology and knowledge transfer, and how we can promote also the management of talent through higher education and the development of the people who are working in technical tasks. And from the multilateral banking, how we can coordinate efforts better, how we can support the productive diversification, how to attract more resources with the best possible conditions for the development of our countries. Our countries have 7 fundamental areas that need to be prioritized. In development infrastructure, in which CABEI has always been a partner, the strengthening of the regional integration, technological innovation, generating climate change solutions, and look at the situation that different parts of the world are facing in terms of the impact that the climate change is having on our countries, how to improve, strengthen our human talent capabilities, strengthen quality standards, and of course, strengthen the regulations that attract more FDI and generate more trade. Clearly, we hope that CABEI will be this relevant stakeholder for the union between the Republic of Korea and the Central American countries. We were lucky to make the Republic of Korea as a member of the bank in 2019. We have a very strong collaboration in infrastructure, water, transportation, health, and education. And now, in our new strategy for the next 5 years, we see a strengthened role of the Republic of Korea in our bank. We also have the KTF, the Korean Trust Fund, which is a fund of non-refundable technical cooperation with a clear objective of being able to attract the technology and expertise to our countries, and a portfolio of 28 projects that are underway that hopefully can be enhanced in different areas: facilitation of trade, technology transfer, innovation, and governance improvements. 3 quick projects I would like to mention. 2 in Costa Rica, the development of a space for what is called smart greenhouse, or places where we can produce under optimal conditions for $700,000. We have a project of modernization of Salvador of the Guluchapa water system to provide water and improve its efficiency in the water supply system. And of course, a very interesting project that we have with wind, offshore wind energy in the Republic of Costa Rica. We have a short video that we would like to show you, and we can present to you the great potential that we see in the near future for the relationship between the Republic of Korea and the Central American countries through CABEI. CABEI is present in your life much more than you believe. We have created social and environmental economic opportunities that enhance everyone's life.
Clearly, we have a role to play, and we hope that through the CABEI projects, we can strengthen the infrastructure and mostly that promoting integration, that we can support the diversification insertion in the global supply chains, attracting more investment to our region. And we would like to be support for the Central American region, that we can fund the operations of the sovereign sector, but also the private sector, so that we can attract the best conditions to fund the key projects to our region. CABEI is the Bank of the Republic of Korea and the Bank of the Central American countries. We hope that in the next 5 years, the relationship is strengthened so that we can truly be the engine of positive transformation for our countries that so desire. We would like to thank Gisela Sanchez for having shared with us the vision and the commitment of CABEI with the development of Central America and the strengthening of the trade connections. They inspire the willingness of governments, institutions, and companies that have made up this very important regional project. Now, it's an honor for me to introduce you to Rodrigo Chavez Dobles, President of the Republic of Costa Rica. His leadership has been key in promoting the development of the country, working relentlessly to improve economy, infrastructure, and the quality of life of citizens. President Chavez Robles has also created a very strong relationship with CABEI, making it a key partner in the funding of strategic projects that have transformed the country. Today, he will share with us his vision of development as well as the achievements through CABEI. Welcome, Mr. President.
Good morning. Welcome to Costa Rica. We open our hearts
Very good morning. Let me greet Gisela Sanchez, Executive President of CABEI, my government colleagues that I see a few here. Thanks for coming. The congressmen and women that are here with us, the representatives of the honorable diplomatic body, the municipal representatives, business chambers, colleagues, and friends of CABEI. For me, it's an honor to join you in this activity today, in an activity that very well represents the development through cooperation between our nations. The Republic of Korea and Costa Rica show that the geographic distances in the modern world are no longer a limitation for two partners and friends, for two countries that share values, that believe in market economy, that believe that the law and legal certainty are critical elements to generate wealth. Obviously, innovation in trade has been a topic with which Costa Rica and Korea can build and have been building bridges. As Gisela mentioned, this common vision of shared prosperity has made it that in just 5 years after the coming into effect of the free trade agreement, we've seen a notable 75% growth in our total trade. But you know what? This administration and this country won't just settle to that. We won't navigate just with the wind of history. We are writing the chapter of our current history and will write the future by giving the private sector and the people and our international partners all of the conditions to play in the big leagues of the developed world. Out of my professional experience and academic formation, I have to say that I've observed sometimes from a longer distance, some others closer, the economic history of Korea. And I was just checking ChatGPT, technology and innovation. What's the GDP per capita of Korea and Costa Rica the year I was born? Decades ago. And the GDP per capita today. We started out after this terrible war you suffered and that still has consequences in the peninsula of Korea, with per capita income that was practically the same, $1,000 a year in today's dollars. However, the Republic of Korea understood that a country without a generous capacity of natural resources, a challenging climate, a disadvantage in many ways in agriculture, had to invest on the most valuable, its human capital, its people. It had to free up the, the strength of companies and the ambition of its people to generate wealth. And today, you deservedly are among the wealthiest nations in the world. And Costa Rica has achieved a lot in the last few years, and we will achieve more. And we look at Korea, Singapore, the economies in the world that are doing things fine. We're members of the OECD. We're the country with the lowest inflation at the OECD and one of the highest growth rates. Our unemployment has dropped to a third of the unemployment before the COVID-19 pandemic. We've never had such little unemployment. In other words, we've never had a high portion of those that want to work can work in this country. We've been global champions in the attraction of FDI to this country as compared to the GDP. We've improved our debt rating, and we're truly proud to say that we've been able to achieve the most significant drop in poverty in our country in the history since numbers began. That I'm not saying to brag before such a prosperous nation as Korea. What I want to clearly tell you is that Costa Rica is growing.
Costa Rica is open for business. That's what I'm telling you. Costa Rica is differentiating itself from all other countries. And we will continue to do so. We want your business. We know we have to earn that. It's not just because it's such a beautiful, sustainable, nature-oriented, equality and rights for women, for minorities. It's not just because it's such a wonderful little country, beautiful. It's because business in Costa Rica is going to be good. And we will do whatever it takes. Don't expect red tape in this country. We will roll out a red carpet for you. Y eso lo dije en inglés.
I said this in English because I want you to get it through. And I hope interpreters did their job well. So we are here. We have an integral strategy for the attraction of FDI. We've done it very well. We have free trade agreements with the entire world almost, with a huge proportion of the global GDP, and we're not happy. We just finished one with Ecuador. We're working with Israel, with the country of the CTPP. Costa Rica won't get into a hole. We want more Costa Rica in the world and more world in Costa Rica. We are working just like you in building the best human capital, the most productive that we can. We are willing to work with
para que con
companies
recursos del
so that
Estado
with government
capacitemos
resources,
a
we
nuestros
can train
trabajadores
our
en
workers
las
in the
necesidades
needs,
específicas,
in the specific needs,
tailor-made,
tailor-made,
bespoke training
bespoke
para las empresas
training
que vengan a
for
invertir aquí.
companies that come to invest here.
No queremos competir con Corea,
We don't want to
queremos
compete with
colaborar con
Korea.
Corea.
We want to
Ustedes
collaborate.
tienen grandes
And
bendiciones para
you
nosotros,
have big lessons
grandes
for us,
conocimientos tecnológicos y
huge
gerenciales
technological and managerial
que queremos que
knowledge,
trabajemos
and
juntos,
we would like
queremos
to work
generar
together. We
más
want to
bienestar
generate
compartido,
more shared
porque ya lo
well-being
sabemos,
because we know
detrás de los
hiding
grandes
ourselves
detrás de los que
behind
son
protection walls
son las
is
estrategias
not the
que generan
strategy
valor para nuestro
that
pueblo.
generate
Es a
values
través de la
to our people.
competencia,
It's
la
through
innovación,
competition
el
and
comercio,
innovation,
la inversión
trade,
que el
investment
mundo
that the
ha
world
logrado
has
algunas de las
achieved
maravillas que
most of
estamos
the
viendo
wonders that
hoy.
we're seeing today.
El mundo y cerca de
The
ustedes
world and close
enfrenta
to you
desafíos importantes.
faces important challenges.
Costa Rica
Costa Rica
es un país sin
is
ejército.
a country without an army.
Costa Rica es un
Costa
país
Rica
en el
is a
centro del
country at the center of the
occidental,
Western
a
Hemisphere,
la misma,
at the
en la misma zona
same
del tiempo
in the same
que el
time
mercado
zone
más grande
than the
del mundo
largest
todavía.
global market today.
Un país
A country
que todo el mundo reconoce
that
como
everyone
legítimo
recognizes as
por su voz
legitimate
fuerte en la
because of
paz,
its strong
por su voz
voice in
fuerte en los
peace,
derechos
in rights,
de sus
and in the
ciudadanos
rights of its
y como
citizens,
ejemplo para el
and
mundo.
as an example
Si
to the
hay un
world.
lugar
If there
seguro
is one safe
ante los
place,
vientos geopolíticos
given the
del mundo hoy,
geopolitical
más
winds of the
allá
world today,
de la certidumbre
beyond
jurídica,
the legal
estoy
certainty,
hablando
I'm
seguridad
talking about
geopolítica.
geopolitical security. That is Costa Rica.
Los esperamos
We look
con
forward to having you
la alfombra roja
with a
ya
red
lista.
carpet ready for you.
Estamos queriendo
We
trabajar.
want to
Le
work.
agradezco al PCIL
Thank you,
la
CABEI, for
oportunidad.
the
Les
opportunity.
deseo mucho
I wish
éxito
you a lot of
y
success
let
and
that make business good for all, not to enrich unnecessarily, but to share prosperity, which requires a profit motive. There has been no other way throughout the history of the world. Thank you very much. It has been a great honor to advise you.
thank you, Mr. President of the Republic. And we would like for you to stand up to say goodbye to Mr. President, thanking him for his participation with us. You may be seated because what's next is a great way to wrap up this session, an event that is a benchmark for Central American region and the strengthening with key partners such as the Republic of Korea. To all of you, thank you so much for being a part of this first Business Corps CABEI-Korea K-CAFTA. We'd like to invite you to the Room Real 3 to enjoy lunch, where you can continue exchanging ideas. Those of you with a red sticker on your badge will take lunch. Our team will help you get there. If you have a pink sticker, you will have lunch over at Arboleda, and we're going to be back in this same room at 1:40. Enjoy your lunch.
Forum. We hope you enjoy your lunch. And now we are going to start with the sessions on different sectors and industries with hope can exchange knowledge and strengthen our relationships. As we announced, our next session will be about the promotion of trade in the beauty sector, experiences in important sectors, medical, pharmaceutical, and cosmetics. For this session, where we have the participation of Ms. Chris John, General Director of SD Biosensor, of Ms. Cynthia Valesca Hernandez from K-Beauty, and of Ms. Karen Garita of the Servicios Sanitarios SRS, who will be sharing important relevant information about regulations in Costa Rica for this sector. Very well, our first speaker is Mr. Chris Song Kyung Young, who is the General Director of ASD Biosensor Panama since 2024. He was the General Director in the Department of International Business, where he held the position of CEO in CGN Inc. Mexico, and he was a Deputy General Manager for Latin America and Manager of CGN Germany. He had also had position as Regional Agent of Abbott Asia Pacific and Academic Technical Support in Rochi, Korea. He has a degree in biomedical engineering. It is a pleasure for him to be part of this forum. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm currently working in biosensor in Panama. Thank you for providing the opportunity to present. This morning, we've heard the General Director of Cotra Panama, and he says he looks younger because of the Korean cosmetics. But let me add that it's because Koreans are also very careful about their health thanks to cutting edge technology. I'm 42. Our company, you may ask what type of company it is by listening our name. We do in vitro diagnostics and total solutions in this aspect, and we want to struggle against all of the diseases in the world to contribute to the health of humanity. That is why, for you to understand, during COVID-19, we did a public announcement that I'm going to show you just so you understand our company better.
We shorten the distance to make all life on Earth be healthy. We shorten the gap in medical technology, shorten waiting time, reduce errors in outcomes, and reduce the spread of disease. We shorten the distance between people. For the world to come closer again. The beginning of all things that protect lives. SD Biosensor.
This is the ad we created, and to explain our company, we're based in Korea. We have around 600 employees, and in the world, we have some other 1,500. Last year, we registered sales for around $700 million, and 5% of the sales are through exports abroad. And how are we exporting and getting to Central America? We have 9 branches in China, Indonesia, in Italy, Spain, and in the American continent, we have in Brazil and in Panama. In We want to launch this to the Central American market through Panama and Costa Rica, through our capacities and in our network. And we have mass production capacities, and with that, we want to get aggressively in the Central American market. We have a very varied portfolio of products. First, we have different products for general use, also primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care, and the medical staff can only use our product. With these products, we are getting in a private and public market. First of all, let me explain one of the strongest points of our company. At present, we are looking at new diseases popping up, for example, colds. In 2015, MERS, Ebola in Africa, and in Brazil and Latin America, Zika. And every time we have these new diseases, what we create is a diagnostic test through our I plus D. In 2020 with COVID-19, after receiving the analysis of the molecular analysis, we created a diagnostic test that we export to 260 countries. Also, with the I plus D capacity, we have not only a production capacity, but location of products is very good. So we've also thought about the most necessary product in the Central American region. We have diseases like malaria, Zika, yellow fever that are the most frequent in our regions, and that's why these diagnostic tests that normally last 4 hours. We're creating and developing products that can be diagnosed in an hour alone to quickly get to the Central American market. For instance, when we have a good product, but it's a very expensive, we can adequately transmit to our consumers. That's why we have mass production capacity, and it's around 400 million tests on a monthly basis and around 4.65 million tests a year. As I mentioned, we also think location is very important. That's why we have factories in India, Brazil, and other countries to be able to create jobs in this region and contribute to the economy of these countries. Finally, we have a network of sales. And like I said, we have different branches in Asia. We're in India, Indonesia, and China. And we have factories in India and Indonesia. In the American continent, we are in the US, Brazil, and in Panama. And in the US and Brazil, we also have factories. With these three potential countries, when we want to get to the Central American market, we were thinking, how can we get very quickly to this market? Korea and Central America have a very long distance and their area is very different, but as has been mentioned in the morning session, after the free trade agreement coming into effect, we received different benefits, and from now on, thanks to the growth potential Central America has, we established a branch in Panama in the year 2023 after its creation, using the same language and in the same time zone. We've been able to provide different services. And based on Panama, which is a logistics hub, we want to expand to other cities. In conclusion, we have I plus D capacity, the commercial network of sales, and finally, mass production capacity. And these are the points with which we quickly want to get into the Central American market. Thank you. Thank you, Director of S&D Panama, for this presentation. Now, Cynthia Valesca Hernandez Nunez from K Beauty has the floor, and she's an entrepreneur and partner of the first brick and mortar store with 100% original South Korean products in her country, Honduras. With 3 years of experience as manager, she's led the company first remotely and then since 2 years ago in stores. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Hernandez, and I'm the co-founder of K Beauty, a company dedicated to Korean beauty in Honduras. K Beauty was born because of an own need that later became the happiness of several people. My mom is always somebody who's been very careful about her complexion. With that influence, we decided to invest on Korean cosmetics. Just like many other people, we also enjoy the South Korean culture, among them food, music, and skincare products. The first challenge was to get reliable vendors because we wanted to have the best prices and quality brands. With a lot of effort, we achieved it. Then the next thing was to grow in social networks, and to create quality content was challenging so that it would be appealing. We also wanted to investigate and analyze the best products for a population that can respond to different things like climate, the different skin types, and everybody's concerned. We wanted to make a difference, and connecting to our customers, we made K-Beauty be a success. At that time, Facebook was the big thing. After some time, we joined to Instagram, and when we saw the growth of sales as well as customer attention, we decided to open TikTok. Considering all of this, we can say social media is great support. At the beginning, it's difficult because we didn't know how to use these apps. But once that was clear, we were able to have a large audience and sales. Having said this, our channels are Instagram with 10%, WhatsApp 30, and TikTok 60. As you can see, the number of followers are not huge. There are companies that have a lot more. That's why the importance of connecting with customers. When we connect with people, they follow us no matter where we go, a small or large event, or if we go from one application or store to another one. These are some of our viral videos in TikTok, having product demos with 2 million likes, 100 and point 1,000 educational, comparative, 184,000, and popular groups with 144,000 views. Having the right team made our community grow. That's why we have influencers, because people rely on the word and recommendations from their comments. I may sound repetitive, but creative a community was a very important step and strategy for our growth. people really like to learn and how to use products. That's why we dedicate ourselves to educational content. We always think about our customers, about attention, service, and how they get the product. And this is K Beauty at present. In the first one, it's where we receive the products as warehouses, offices, and points of sale, whereas the second one is only a point of sale. It's located in one of the largest shopping malls in Honduras. Going back to some advice that I've mentioned throughout the presentation, getting to know the audience is very important. By doing that, we know what they like and what they don't, so we invest a lot more on this and we innovate. Then, not feeling embarrassed by putting a face and voice to our videos, we saw our sales go up and connection to our customers. The use of social media is unquestionably the best sales tool. Being constant with communication made us be more visible in the community. Finally, not giving up. Sometimes it's complicated, and achieving the goals we set ourselves to is difficult. But if we persevere and maintain a constant pace of work, we will achieve that. Thank you. And these are our social media. You can follow us. We also have a webpage where we have the catalog of our products. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia Valesca from K Beauty in Honduras in this presentation we are making. Now we're going to listen to Karen Garita with formation as a pharmaceutical doctor and an MBA in marketing. Ms. Garita has outstanding track record as a general manager in international registration services with key skills in the solution of problems and strategic analysis and teaching experience in national and international universities. She's developed competencies in effective communication and leadership in the sanitary sector that have allowed her to contribute to growth and innovation with an ethical approach and a commitment to excellence. You have the floor, Ms. Garita. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today with delegates from a country which we like very much, and of course with people from Costa Rica that are very interested on the Korean market. My name's Karen Garita. I'm a pharmacist by profession, and at this moment I'm the general manager of SRS for Central America. I would like to quickly mention that SRS has different locations around the world in Central America and all of the countries, including the Dominican Republic, in some countries of South America, Colombia, Bolivia, Brazil, Belgium, Paraguay, the US, and last year we entered Belgium in the EU. Let me mention regulation very briefly, because regulation allows for these commercial transactions between Costa Rica and Korea remain in the long run. This will allow us to somehow regulate that the two parties feel satisfied. In general, Resolution 231, 2008, that regulates the notification, importation, control of cosmetics, Resolution 474, that talks about the sanitary, cosmetic sanitary registration, the mutual recognition between countries that are a part of the states of the Central American Technical Regulation, RTCA for its acronym in Spanish. The technical regulation that prohibits deceitful statements, and that, by the way, this is something that Costa Rica accepts, which is one of the regulations in Central America that, at least in my opinion, is most important. And in spite of the fact that this regulation is not in the regulation, I think it's important for you to know, because we use it to justify whether the ingredient can be or not in the quality and quantitative formula. It's the regulation of the European Parliament, the Council, and its updates in the most recent version. Most important legal requisites, which is what we normally discuss with the holders and brokers when they want to bring a product to Central America. The power of legal representation, because to be able to register the product in any country in Central America, you need a legal representative residing in the country it's going to be registered. And you also need a professional in charge, a chemist or a pharmacist that can be the professional in charge of going over the scientific information, technical as well, of the product, the best manufacturing practices known as good manufacturing practices. And in the case of manufacture, we request a contract between the holder in the country where it's going to be registered and the manufacturer. These three documents, it's important to bring them to light because they should all come to the country to be registered. For instance, in Costa Rica, a hard copy needs to get to Costa Rica legalized and apostilled. The rest of the information, particularly for Costa Rica, that everything's practically digital. It's not necessary for them to be on a hard copy because our platform allows for information to be only digital. But the three that I'm mentioning here should be physically and legalized to Costa Rica, duly apostilled. Another important requisite that has to do with organoleptic and product safety specs of finished products, that it's basically a certificate of analysis that shows the description of the tests being done to the cosmetic product. Then complementary label in Spanish, so that the consumer in Costa Rica or in Central America can understand what the label says or what ingredients it has to define whether they can use it. And the quality and quantitative formula in INSI nomenclature, which is the international mechanism to identify ingredients of a cosmetic formula. It seems like it's English, but it's INSI nomenclature. Now, ban declarations that can't be on the label, like deceitful properties, something that makes consumers think that the product is A when it is B, or those that have to do with specific skin issues. They're not allowed in the label. It's very important because we're one of the consulting companies that has the most Korean products in the market, and it's a very recurrent question. And two very important issues, and it's part of what benefits us in terms of regulation. Mutual recognition, meaning that once you're registered in any country in Central America, the rest of Central America takes it as an approved record, and therefore the initial registration remains. We register in Costa Rica, so the rest of the countries that are a member state of the Central American Technical Regulation take it as approved. accelerating processes, and its economic investment, which we see as a benefit. In simplified registration, which is unique to Costa Rica, that allows for the product to be registered at 48 hours. It'll depend on the signature of the company. SRS can do an exhaustive review within a reasonable period of time so that we can do a sworn statement signed by the legal rep saying that it's a safe product and that they comply with the regulation we mentioned at the beginning. The last of these aspects is the simplified registration is exclusive to Costa Rica. And basically, this is the information that I have for you. And this is the contact info of SRS if you want to register in Central America, Costa Rica, which is one of the products that consumes the most skincare, and in any one of the places where we have offices or partners.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garita, General Manager of SRS, International Registration Services. These presentations are opportunities for the exchange of knowledge and, of course, for the strengthening of relationships, change topics. We are moving to our fourth session, which will deal with the topic promotion of trade in the automobile sector. For this purpose, we have the participation of Mr. Ju Dong-young of the Global Marketing Team of Hyundai Rotem and Mr. Beharim Cherir of Octanos, Panama. Let me tell you that Mr. Ju Dong-young currently is a General Director of Hyundai Rotem Brazil with a broad international experience. He has been a General Director of Hyundai Rotem Indian PO, Project Director in Neo Intercity Fleet in Australia. He has a degree in business management of Universidad Nacional University. Welcome, Mr. Young. Floor is yours. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Uchudong Yong. I am the sales manager of Hyundai Rotterdam. I am pleased to be here in this forum. At this time, I am going to be presenting about the hydrogen train that we are promoting, railway that we are promoting in this market. Allow me to make a brief introduction of Hyundai Rotem Company. We are in charge of the heavy industry in our company, and the areas include railway system, defense systems, plant and machinery. We have 4,087 employees. We had a total revenue of 2.7 billion in 2023. Basically, we are in charge of production of all kinds of railway vehicles. We export to Australia, Taiwan, and other countries, and we are expanding our presence in the international market. In Turkey, the United States, Brazil, we have production plants, and in Latin America, we are making special efforts to have our presence, to strengthen our presence. Thanks to the broad experience that we have accumulated, we have been able to develop these railway products that are shown in this slide. We have our own developed technology, and thanks to the support of the government, we have been able to export railway trains, railway vehicles to Uzbekistan. And among a wide variety of products, we have been able to develop a hydrogen tram in the area that the company was to expand its exportable offer. So we are trying to enter the global market by taking advantage of the huge potential of this hydrogen energy has and as a source of renewable energy. We have developed railway vehicles. So we are going to look at the details of our products. And to give you more details, our employee in the office in Brazil is going to give a presentation in Spanish. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rodrigo Policarpo. I am the financial director of Rotem and commercial director of Rotem Brazil. It's a pleasure. I ask you for your understanding because Spanish is not my mother language, so I am going to try to speak a little bit slower. The use of hydrogen fuel cells has many advantages. I am going to be talking about this in details, but as an introduction, I can tell you the hydrogen fuel cell train is an excellent solution for a more sustainable future and of energy transition. It does not emit carbon dioxide. The only thing that it emits is water vapor. In addition, our tram has a filter that cleans the air when it's going through a place. When we compare the hydrogen solution with other options, we can see that it is possible to travel a longer distance with a short recharge time. And when we compare all of the emissions of the trams, we also see that running longer distances at 150 kilometers with only 15-minute charge, the hydrogen solution also provides other advantages, such as, for instance, a lower investment of electric facilities, and it prevents visual contamination through aerial cables. We completed a showcase product in Korea, and I am going to be talking a little bit more about it later. But first, I would like to present a short video about hydrogen tram. As you've seen, our hydrogen tram is very nice. In the video, you can see images of this demonstration. The demonstration project took place in the city of Ulsan, Korea. It started in July 2021 and was completed at the beginning of 2024. During this demonstration, our hydrogen tram traveled more than 5,000 kilometers. Here we can see specifications of our hydrogen tram with only a 15-minute charge. It can run more than 150 kilometers. It has capacity for 305 people in a train with 5 modules and an operation speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Here we can see photographs of its outside external design, exterior design, and the interior design. Our hydrogen tram is very nice. That's why we were awarded the IF Design Award in 2023. Our hydrogen tram has a low floor, only 35 centimeters, and it is ideal for cities. For this reason, the whole equipment is on the roof of the tram. Our hydrogen tram is made up by 5 modules. Here we can see the equipment of each train. A and B have rotation buckles that allow them to take curves with a radius of 25 meters. It also has 4 fuel batteries on the roof of the train. It's the same technology used by Hyundai Motors. Our product will be the first hydrogen tram that will be start operating commercially in June. This year, we signed an agreement with City of Daejeon in Korea to supply 34 trams. We are also in negotiation to sell new trams to the city of Ulsan and also to the island of Jeju. In addition to the hydrogen tram, we are also developing other products such as fast trains and locomotives powered by hydrogen. These are other products. We are also made a proposal to the Ulsan city in Korea to offer an express hydrogen train. We also have a hydrogen production plant through biomass, produced by biomass. So in this way, we offer a complete solution to our clients. We are suppliers of complete solutions to meet fully our customers' needs. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos muchísimo al señor Yu Dong-yong y al señor Policarpo por esta presentación que acaban de hacer en esta promoción del comercio del sector automovilístico, que recibe ahora a nuestro siguiente invitado, el señor Benjamín Cheliu, de Octanos, Panamá. Déjenme contarles que cuenta con más de 8 años de experiencia en la industria automotriz y se centra en la comunicación efectiva y el marketing especializado del sector. Es fundador y editor automotriz en Octanos Media, donde comparte las últimas novedades del mundo del automóvil. Afirma su compromiso con la excelencia y la innovación, aportando una perspectiva diversa, enriquecedora, contenido atractivo para conectar con el público amante de los motores. Escuchamos con atención, señor Cheliu, bienvenido.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be with you and sharing this very special forum that seeks to enhance the commercial trade between Korea and Central America. To talk a little bit, I would like to talk as to how personally it calls the history of the Korean automobile industry has and its fast adapting capability to the challenges that have happened over time. I have framed some of the most important moments of this history that started with the Cebal vehicle and all terrain that was created in 1955 after the war, where a group of brothers used as a platform the well-known Willys and used materials that were left over to create this truck, which was the starting point for what would be the automobile industry in the country. A little bit after that, the government created the necessary legislation for other manufacturers to come into joint ventures with their local manufacturers to enhance the industry even more. A little while after this, we have the mass manufacturing chains adapted with joint venture with from Japan, and we have the Hyundai Pony that became the first vehicle designed and manufactured by a Korean manufacturer. After this, what happens is a series of successes in the Korean industry with the arrival to other markets, such as the first exports that took place in Costa Rica, one of the first countries in the region to receive a Korean car, and then vehicles are exported to the DR. And it's not just the manufacturing of the two largest representatives of the sector, Kia, Hyundai, but also other manufacturers from other countries are incorporated that decide to adopt Korea as a strategic point to produce their vehicles, such as Renault Korea and General Motors that come to the country. This takes us to the present. In the last year, Korea manufactured more than 4 million vehicles. Out of them, the Hyundai Motor Group became the third largest automobile group in the world with an important growth of its exports to Latin America of 7.9%. And obviously, having such a powerful automobile industry implies involving many sectors, especially in the manufacturing sector. There are more than 270 companies produced with inputs, parts, and other components, and the industry in the last year has exported more than $22 million a year. So a series of opportunities were created that we can take advantage of in Central America to create business relationships, such as bringing these products to our country that historically have had the two most important brands of this country among its leaders in sales. There are certain products that are key in this sector, spare parts and automobile components, such as systems for more traditional vehicles, such as manufacturers of brakes, suspension, transmission, gear, climate, air conditioning, AC, and compressors. More advanced components that are entering the market, especially in this region recently. They have become more popular, which are components for electric vehicles, which are a little bit more advanced, and also other, such as tires and security components, such as the development of new AS systems and its sensors. And of course, when one thinks about a business relationship, you think if we are ready for the future. As I was saying at the beginning, one of the elements that calls my attention the most about the automobile industry in Korea is its quick adaptation to changes and trends. And in this sense, Korea has developed and has been participant in the development of many technologies, leading the transition to electric vehicles through its main manufacturers, and also the development of crucial components for technologies such as lithium batteries. And it has also been important developers of hydrogen technologies. One of the first hydrogen vehicles that became commercial was Hyundai Nexo. And a little while ago, just a few days, Hyundai introduced a new concept that implements new hydrogen technologies. This can sound a little bit far away from our Central American countries, but it's a future that is approaching fast, and we can develop these structures to adopt technologies and centers of R&D to adapt them to our regions. One of the elements that I consider the most important when talking about the business relationship we can have with this country is how to work hand in hand while bringing new technologies to our region, such as electric mobility and hydrogen technology that still have a lot of field to be developed in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin Cheliu, for your presentation from Octanos, Panama, two countries that are here for this very important K-CAFTA Forum. We continue with session number 5. In this session, we are pleased to witness the signing of an MOU between the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, and the Korean Internet and Security Agency, KISA, which signals the joint commitment of both institutions to build a safe, secure, and resilient digital infrastructure in Central America. The collaboration with KISA, the Korean Internet and Security Agency, will strengthen the capabilities in our region in crucial areas such as cybersecurity and the development of talent in digital technologies, topics that are more and more relevant for the economic growth and the stability in the current global context. This step reinforces the role of CABEI as a promoter of strategic partnerships that promotes not just the economic development, but also the protection of our digital resources. To start this session, we would like to invite Ms. Carolina Taborda, a leader in innovation and project management with broad experience in the strengthening of international ecosystems. Co-founder of STEAMED LATAM, she promotes the transformation of education in Latin America. As General Manager of CyberSec Cluster, she leads strategies for the development of cybersecurity in the region. She has advised the Executive Presidency of the National Training Institute of Costa Rica in innovation. She has coordinated research centers in technology and has certifications in clusters leadership, exponential technologies, and cybersecurity, issued by prestigious institutions such as the IDB, INCAE, Singularity University, and Duke University. Mr. Borda, please go ahead. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank CABEI and all of the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share the case of Costa Rica. To start, I would like with a story, which is the awakening we had in cybersecurity more or less in 2022, which was the year that marked a before and after for Costa Rica. Cyber attack at a large scale, affected seriously several government institutions and showed to the whole country the tangible risks of cybersecurity. That incident not only paralyzed essential services, but also evidenced the vulnerability of our systems and the lack of preparation to face sophisticated attacks. After this critical time, there was a need to address cybersecurity more seriously with a comprehensive, strategic, urgent approach. This allowed for us to have as a country, as an ecosystem, important advances in regulatory matters. We made efforts in terms of the national cybersecurity strategy. At this time in Congress, there is a bill for the National Cybersecurity Act, and we have also worked in strengthening the regulations that we have. The development of human talent has been key for this process, and it has invited us to develop the capabilities of both the public and private sectors. Also, the attack generated the possibility of raising awareness among citizens and the whole ecosystem about the importance of surfing the web safely, securely, from our children to our senior citizens. And all of this that I'm telling you, that's what we have been doing and what we have worked as an ecosystem. I want to present in the next few minutes how we have developed in the private sector and how the collaboration and the organized work of an ecosystem between the academia, public, and private sector has allowed this capacity building to advance. What is important here, what I want to start with the concept of cluster. A cluster is an economic transformation, means that according to Michael Porter, connects the different businesses, academia, and key stakeholders of an ecosystem that compete on the one hand, but on the other work collaboratively to be able to develop their capabilities and be able to enable a more mature ecosystems to be able to create better businesses, more talent, and better opportunities. Currently in Costa Rica, we have a national cluster program. CyberSec is not the only cluster that is working in Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, we have about 22 initiatives, including incipient and mature clusters of the different economic sectors, such as medical devices, life sciences, aerospatial industry, that work in collaboration to develop their economic capabilities. CyberSec is the cluster that within this national framework of clusters was created in the cybersecurity sector. However, it was clear that in this case, the development of the economic sector in cybersecurity, the Costa Rican market was very small. So CyberSec was created in Costa Rica with a regional vision to be able to develop the capabilities both of the local economy and the Latin American economy. Basically, we are a non-profit association that represents public-private partners, stakeholders in the ecosystem, which we have multinational companies, startups, SMEs, not just that offer services or develop cybersecurity technology, but also an important characteristic of our ecosystem in Costa Rica is that many of the security operations in companies such as Hologic of medical devices, such as Equifax, operate from Costa Rica to the world. So we also gather all of those companies from other sectors that have a strong approach in positioning themselves as market level as companies that are secure from a reputational point of view and promote protection, data protection and security of all of their services and processes. The CyberSec composition so far, and we continue growing. As you can see, are different brands, the most representatives of European and US companies, and hopefully we can join Korean companies that would like to be part of our cluster to develop their capabilities. We have academia, private universities, institutes that develop corporate training on cybersecurity, and also other companies such as Equifax and Stryker, Hologic, that are not specifically related to cybersecurity, but currently are part of the sectors that have been joining CyberSec, that include finance, manufacturing, and event production, that has joined us as a strategy to promote awareness of technologic events and cybersecurity technology and intelligence. We also associate professionals because the cluster model, like a traditional association, is made up by what they call the extended pentagon, or five main areas, which are businesses, academia, government, entrepreneurship, and venture capital. So we also welcome professional experts who develop different capabilities in the cybersecurity ecosystem. CyberSec was founded in 2022. It does have no direct relationship with the attack, but by coincidence, our creation as association was created just a few months after the attack, thanks to the organization of the ecosystem, was what allowed Costa Rica to respond to the situation in 2022. We have 85 members. Each of our activities generates impact in more than 17 countries of the region. We have four strategic partnerships because international cooperation and collaboration transcend the local ecosystem, which means that we work with the European Union, Israel, for instance. We have the cluster on cybersecurity strategic partnership, and we are adding different partners and stakeholders that allow us to develop capabilities for Costa Rica and the region. As I mentioned, the purpose of CyberSec is to expand the impact of the cybersecurity capabilities at a strategic level throughout the region. We started in Costa Rica, and this year we are also promoting the module in countries such as the Dominican Republic and Ecuador. And we hope to be able to continue developing this model in the Central American and South American countries, considering that the experience that we had in 2022 cyber attack taught us that it's not enough to protect a country, that as our president mentioned in his opening remarks, the borders have disappeared, we are hyper-connected, and we need to work as a block to be able to strengthen the cybersecurity capabilities, not only have to do with the national security matters, but also with competitiveness, the positioning of our territories and collaborative work that we can do with different international territories that take us to the development in cyber technologies allow us to develop these capabilities to promote innovation and be more and more competitive each day. An organized and dynamic ecosystem is what facilitated the response to the incident in 2022, and which allows and seeks to be able to create better promotions and initiatives throughout Latin America. So our invitation is to be connected, for all of us to be connected, to talk, to let's connect, learn about the initiatives that we organize, and work together in developing and building our capabilities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Taborda, General Manager of CyberSec Cluster. Let's connect. And this is one of the objectives of this opportunity to connect our regions in this K-CAFTA Business Forum. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we give the floor to Mr. Lee Young-pil, who is the director of KISA, Korea Internet and Security Agency. He has a degree in economy with a master's degree and a doctorate in public administration from Seoul University. He is the training director in security and the regional division of KISA, and where he has had different positions such as director of the Convergence Security Division, manager of the planning team and training in security, and manager of the response to internet incidents planning team. He has broad experience in cybersecurity policies, industrial policies, and intrusion response policies. Of course, it's a pleasure to have Mr. Lee Young-pil to be with us. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ajun Pung, and I've been just introduced. What I'm going to explain today is about the formation of talent in cybersecurity apart from different policies and programs. In the case of Korea and other Central American countries, we've been subject to cyber attacks, and that's why I would like to share with you some of the cases. As you very well know, Latin America is experiencing digital transformation, and that digitalization promotes daily life, but also increases the frequency of exposure to these cyber threats. To respond to these cyber attacks, there can be different incidents or accidents, and we need to know how to respond in terms of government. As we have heard in the previous presentation, in 2022 in Costa Rica and in other regions in Latin America, There were a series of cyber attacks that caused great economic losses. Korea in 2009 and 2011 and 13. In other words, every 2 years, there were big cyber attacks against the country. And because of these cyber attacks, many financial institutions had to suspend their activities, and the web page of the Presidency of the Republic of Korea was falsified, and maybe many public services were attacked with DDoS attacks, and activities had to be suspended. In 2013, as a result of these different attacks, Korea also started seeing policies related with cybersecurity. Through the creation of these policies, they didn't only implement the political framework, but the formation of talent is very important. That's why in 2015, there was a criterion developed called NCS that included the data protection, and it was distributed in 10 different categories on how to train different talents in the various sectors. In 2015, $4 million were invested in talent formation just before 2019. And you can see this investment went up to 100,000 to $17 million after this cyber attack. To respond to these attacks, we saw the need of creating programs and create more talent to respond to these incidents. In the current government in 2022, it published a policy called the formation of 100,000 cyber talents. At present, we have 120,000, and up to 2026, we've thought that through a study, we can estimate we needed 40,000 more people that we will incorporate for 2026. In the formation of these talents, we want to train them professionally from high school and uh, university so that they can dream to become talent in cybersecurity. We're providing different programs as well as in the universities. We have university schools fully dedicated to cybersecurity, and therefore we need specialized professors. From these 45 universities, we've designated specialized universities in IT that we've provided financial support to build the necessary facilities for this formation. We also have convergence universities that offer a master's course for 2 years. And when there are employees working in companies, these workers also need to receive formation to update in the sector. That's why we have courses for people that are already working in the sector. We have a 2-year course at the university. Uh, of these 45 universities that I mentioned, we've designated 7 universities specialized in information. And this formation is done to third and fourth year students, because to do data protection, you need the development of software and have an understanding on IT. That's why they receive this information that is more personalized and specialized. Among the students, we have a course that's called BOB, Best of the Best. It means it's for those students that want to become specialists in information security, and we provide them different courses. Like, for instance, we've seen that we've won awards for 5 consecutive years. And these students are specialized people in cybersecurity. In the course for workers, we have one that's called K-Shield, that is for those people that are already working in the sector. We've divided the course in various areas to train these people. We have around 52 courses, and we offer a specialized course for a year. Apart from BOP, we have an information course for students that already work in the sector so that they can experience when a cyber attack actually happens. So they can experience different attacks or attack simulations and see how to respond in real life. So it's a more practical course. As we've mentioned before, with the digital transformation, we see different communities on daily life, but we also see an increment of the risks in cyber attacks. As we've seen in the previous presentation, the response to cyber attacks cannot be done by one country alone. You need the collaboration of other countries, and for that, the most important thing is people. And of course, the system and the product is important, but the most important thing is people. That's why talent formation is so important. And I've taken advantage of this presentation to show you some of the experiences and courses we're offering in talent formation in this sector in Korea. I hope this can provide new opportunities for the bilateral relationship among the two regions. Thank you. Thank you. Director of KISA Korea Internet and Security Agency, for his remarks in this segment, which is very important because, as we had mentioned at the beginning of the session, in a few moments we will be signing a memorandum of understanding between CABEI and the Internet and Korea Institute KISA, that symbolizes the joint commitment of both institutions to build a secure and resilient network in Central America that we are sure will strengthen the capacities of our region in areas as important as cybersecurity and the development of talent in digital technology. Before signing this MOU, we will listen to the words of Gisela Sanchez, Executive President of CABEI. Let me share some information about her, although she is the one that's receiving us all. She's an industrial engineer with an MBA of Kellogg Graduate School of Management from Northwestern, with a specialization in strategy, finance, and marketing. At present, she is the executive president of CABEI, and in the past, she worked as a consultant for governments, NGOs, and companies in Central America on competitiveness, strategy, and sustainability. As strategic manager in Avina and in Citibank, as corporate manager. She's been a researcher and coordinator of projects for the Latin American Center of Competitiveness and Sustainable Development at INCAE, and she's received numerous recognitions thanks to her contribution to innovation, leadership, and sustainable development. Madam Sanchez has also been appointed 3 times as part of the 50 most influential women in Central America by Forbes magazine. Welcome again, Ms. Sanchez, and you have the floor. Good afternoon. Director of the Regional Division of Internet and Security at Korea, Kisa Lee Jong-pil, authorities from Korea, colleagues from CABEI, distinguished guests. It's an honor for us to formalize a partnership that is a landmark in the cooperation between CABEI and the Internet and Information Security Agency, GISA. From 2019, when the Republic of Korea joined as a member of our bank, we have worked very closely in large impact projects that have contributed to the economic, social, environmental impact in our region. This MOU reflects the results of this solid relationship and opens up new opportunities of collaboration to jointly face the challenges of the digital era. For CABEI, digital security and technological progress of Central America are a priority, and that's why the signature of this MOU that establishes a framework of cooperation to develop initiatives focused on essential matters such as cybersecurity and critical infrastructure are critical. This MOU is also focused on 3 fundamental areas. First of all, we will promote the joint investigation and the consultation in digital and cybersecurity policy, an area where Korea is globally recognized. We hope that the exchange of knowledge and innovation in these areas is translated into best practices and the strengthening of our regional capacities. Secondly, this agreement will promote the establishment of capacities through formation programs and training workshops. We are truly convinced that human talent is the most valuable resource in any transformation. And with this collaboration, we will be able to train more Central American people in cybersecurity, guaranteeing our region is better prepared to face the digital threats of the future and the present. I would like to express my deepest thanks to Mr. Lee Dashpil, our colleagues at GISA, for their great commitments to work together in this mission. Their experience and leadership in cybersecurity are invaluable for the development of our capacities in Central America. I would also like to reiterate the commitment of CABEI to be a strategic partner, not only in physical infrastructure, but in the new digital infrastructures our region requires to be resilient and competitive economies. With this MOU, we reassert the building of a Central America that is secure, modern, and connected, that offers to their citizens and companies a reliable digital environment. Also, I am convinced this agreement is just the beginning of long and fruitful collaboration that will bring about great benefits to all of our member countries. Thank you. I have asked her to stay because we will be signing the MOU, and I'm going to invite Lee Young-pil training director of the General Department of Giza, so that he, on behalf both of these two regions, can sign this important agreement that will bring about great benefits to our region. Thank you to the representatives of both sectors from both regions for the signature of this very important MOU that happened in the framework of K-CAFTA Forum that precisely will take a new break so that we can grab some coffee that is along the hallway. Let me remind you that we have a large staff of interpreters that are at your disposition so that over these breaks you can make the contacts. And remember the CABEI collaborators that will assist you in collaborating. They have a name tag that identifies them as interpreters. Do not hesitate to reach out to get this contact and continue making this a space of connection and great results. We're going to be back again at around 4, but we will be calling you so that we can come back to the other topics of our agenda. Enjoy the coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to please take your seats so we can continue with our agenda, welcoming you back to this very important session that is giving us a lot of useful information, which will continue tomorrow, although today we still have several topics to address with you. Now we continue with a panel that will offer a strategic vision on how to promote investment and enhance collaboration initiatives that add value and strengthen the economic relationships between our regions. The session will be moderated by Ms. Lee Jae-jin, representative of CABEI in Korea, whose broad experience and international perspectives will be fundamental to guide this discussion. She, as manager in the last few years, she led the Foundation of Social Support, a fund created with the purpose of capturing and managing non-refundable resources to promote high social impact programs in Central America and the Caribbean. She will be accompanied by Mr. Wang Byung-chol, Executive President of the Korean Corporation for Development of Infrastructure and Urbanism Abroad, KIND, former Director of the Export and Import Bank of Korea, KXIM. He is attorney in New York with a doctorate degree and master's in international trade and law. Ms. Lee Jin-hee, Director of the Korean Bank for the Reconstruction and Development, with 20 years of experience in project financing, who has a master's degree in international relations of National University of Seoul, is also part of this group of experts, just like Mr. Humberto Rodriguez, finance manager of CABEI, with more than 15 years of experience in multilateral and corporate banking. He has a master's degree in business administration and vast experience in international finances. We also find in this group Mr. Henry Farouk, Secretary General of the Secretariat of the Railway of Panama, standing engineer in infrastructural logistics that has promoted international visions and establishing strategic agreements with countries such as Korea and France, as co-founder and CEO of Porta Norte, the first planned community focused on pedestrians in Panama. Also part of this group of experts is Mr. Ramon Arias, country manager of CABEI Honduras, who has an economist master's degree in project management and agribusiness and more than 15 years of experience in organizations such as the World Bank and CABEI, where he has worked in several Latin American countries. This group of panelists is completed by Mr. Hang Sang-soon, CEO of CA Spinning Costa Rica, who has a degree in forest sciences of National University of Seoul and who has vast experience, including strategic planning in the textile and petrochemical sectors. Of course, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Good afternoon. I am going to be speaking Korean. Good afternoon. My name is Isha Shin. I am the director of the CABEI-Korean Center. I would like to thank your attendance in this forum. I would like to welcome you to this session. In this session, we will be talking about strategies to activate the interrelationship and economic proposals that coincide with the topic of this forum. I have great expectations and I am very eager to listen to each of your presentations. The first speaker or including speakers, we have important entities, both public and private. For instance, we have the representative of CA Spinning. Each speaker will have 10 minutes. And before your please introduce yourself before starting your presentation. The first presentation is Henry Joseph Faru, Secretary General of the Secretariat of the Railway in Panama. Good afternoon, everybody. I come from Panama. I am going to be speaking about the railway project in Panama.
Going to talk in English because I know many of you have jet lag. I don't want to translate and listen to translation, so I know most of you will speak English. For our Korean,
Para nuestros coreanos, amigos coreanos,
our Korean delegation,
nuestra delegación
I
coreana,
will start by
voy a
saying that I
empezar
was in your
diciendo
country
que yo visité su
on the
país
10th and 12th
del
of
10 al
September.
12 de septiembre.
I was invited as
Fui invitado
a guest, as a participant
como participante
by the Minister of
por el
Infrastructure
Ministerio de
and Transport,
Infraestructura y Transporte,
Mr. Sang-woo
el
Park,
señor Sahut Park,
to the Global Infrastructure Corporation
a la Corporación
Conference.
Global de Infraestructura
So I
y
had a
su
pleasure to be
conferencia.
in
Así que
Korea,
tuve el
a
placer de estar en
very
Corea
interesting
y estuve
conference.
una
I stayed like
conferencia
4
muy
days, 5 days.
interesada y me quedé a 4 o 5 días.
I'm not only just to present
No
the
estoy
project, to
aquí
share
solo
a
para
vision.
compartir una visión y presentar un
I'm here
proyecto. Estoy acá
or I am on that the potential to shape
con
the
el
future
potencial de
of
darle
Central
forma al
America
futuro de Centroamérica,
through stronger connections,
por
sustainability,
mediante
development,
conexiones más fuertes,
and shared
sostenibilidad,
prosperity.
desarrollo y
This is the
prosperidad
vision of
compartida.
the Panama
Esa es la visión
Railway
del
Project, a
proyecto del ferrocarril de
transformative
Panamá
initiative
para una
designed to
iniciativa
create
transformadora diseñada
new
para
pathways
crear
of
nuevas
opportunity
rutas de
across borders
oportunidad
and
entre
beyond
fronteras y
boundaries.
más allá de las
Today,
fronteras.
I will share with
Hoy
you
voy a
how
compartir con
this
ustedes
project
la manera
will
en que
drive
este proyecto va a
growth
impulsar el
and
crecimiento,
connect our region
reconectar nuestra
like never
región
before.
como nunca antes.
Panama
Panamá
has long served as the
durante
bridge
muchos años
between
ha
the worlds.
servido como el puente entre
It
los
is a place
mundos.
where
Es un
continents
lugar de
meet,
los continentes se
where the Atlantic
reúnen,
and Pacific
donde el
are
Atlántico y
only
el
a couple
Pacífico
of
solo
hours
están a
apart.
un par de horas de distancia.
Today, Panama is
Hoy
more
Panamá
than a
es
geographical
mucho
connector.
más que un
It is
conector
a hub
geográfico,
of
es un hub
connectivity
de
in
conectividad
every sense.
en todo sentido.
Let's take a moment to
Tomemos
recognize
un momento para
this unique
reconocer
position
esta
that
posición
Panama holds
única que tiene
in the
Panamá
following video.
en el siguiente video.
Panama, the route connecting the world, uniting people, nature, investment, and opportunity.
Panamá,
Logistics,
conocemos la
180
oportunidad logística,
maritime
más de
routes connecting
100 rutas
170
marítimas que
plus
conectan
nations,
más de
reaching
170
87
naciones
destinations in
con
39 countries. Digital,
destinos en
home to
39
six
países.
essential
Por
worldwide
cuarto
fiber optic
digital para
cables.
los cables esenciales
Agribusiness,
de
utilizing
fibra
advanced
óptica.
methods to produce and export
Tenemos
top-tier food.
utilizando avanzados
Energy,
para
pioneering
producir
green hydrogen for
energía
transportation.
pionera en hidrógeno
Tourism,
en transporte,
embracing adventure,
turismo
culture, and
abrazando
culinary delights.
los
Panama, sustainable
Panamá,
investments with a future.
inversiones sostenibles con un futuro.
As you can see, this is not
Como
Miami,
pueden
this is
ver,
Panama
esto
City,
no es
Panama, and
Miami,
the
esto
Republic of
es la
Panama.
ciudad de Panamá y el puerto de Panamá.
So, Panama is a really
Panamá
truly hub of the Americas,
realmente el hub, el
not only
corazón de
because
las
of
Américas,
our
no solo
international airport,
debido a accesos a puertos internacionales, puertos en ambos océanos, y no más importante debido al canal de Panamá. El canal sigue siendo una de las arterias de comercio más significativas del mundo, permitiendo el flujo entre el Atlántico y el Pacífico con muchísima eficiencia. Este proyecto ferroviario aprovecha el legado del canal conectando los océanos que atraviesan la región. Con este ferrocarril estamos expandiendo el crecimiento panameño con logística global. Imagínense en Centroamérica, donde la productividad utiliza una red multimodal que incluye el ferrocarril, lo marítimo y los aeropuertos. Este proyecto es la primera capa de conectividad que nos permitirá llegar a mercados globales más rápido y de manera más confiable. Este proyecto es más que un ferrocarril, es una inversión estratégica para volver a nuestra región una casa de potencia que vincule toda Centroamérica. Vamos a hablar de lo que hace que Panamá sea uno de los países más conectados del país y cómo este proyecto aprovecha esta conectividad para el beneficio de Centroamérica. Nuestra conectividad va mucho más allá de los puertos. El aeropuerto internacional de Tocumen es el aeropuerto más conectado de Latinoamérica. Aproximadamente 143,000 vuelos anuales que llegan a 90 destinos. El año pasado, 2023, más de 80 millones de pasajeros pasaron por este aeropuerto. El canal de Panamá, una vía bien conocida de 14,000 tránsitos de buques que atravesaron el año pasado. Es un puerto muy activo como Balboa y Manzanillo, que apoyaron por facilidades de vanguardia con la capacidad combinada de 50 millones de TEUs de contenedores. Nuestra conectividad es igualmente potente, que corre en paralelo al canal de Panamá. Este es nuestro tren transcontinental que une ambas costas. Tengo que decirles que este ferrocarril originalmente fue construido en 1851. Fue el primer ferrocarril en todo el continente americano. Ahora es bien conocido con un nuevo diseño. Además, tenemos la zona libre de Colón, que es una de las zonas libres más grandes de Latinoamérica. Está del lado de la parte norte del Atlántico del canal.
Es Panamá,
una casa multimodal de potencia que une las Américas. Y con el proyecto del ferrocarril estamos listos para ampliar esta conectividad más allá de nuestras fronteras, creando nuevas oportunidades y fuertes condiciones para toda Centroamérica. Juntos podemos abrir todo el potencial de nuestra región, transformando la conectividad panameña y llevando prosperidad a todos. Estamos hablando de la integración de Centroamérica, pero ahora hemos sembrado las semillas para empezar una mayor integración por medio del ferrocarril que va a atravesar Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala y hasta México y por qué no Estados Unidos. El proyecto del ferrocarril de Panamá es un paso visionario para modernizar y ampliar el papel de Panamá en la logística mundial. Es el corazón, es una iniciativa que pretende unir a Panamá desde la capital del país hasta la frontera con Costa Rica, trayendo mayor eficiencia y una ruta sostenible para los pasajeros y carga. Imagínense un ferrocarril que conecte nuestros puertos, mueva los bienes rápidamente a través de la tierra y apoye el crecimiento económico de toda la región de nuevas maneras. Este proyecto no es solo transporte, es con abrir el potencial completo de Panamá construyendo este
will be able to
ferrocarril avanzado
strengthen
que va
our
a
trade
permitir fortalecer
capability,
nuestras
boost
capacidades de
local
comercio,
industry,
promover la
and
industria
ensure
local y
that Panama
asegurarse
remains a
que
vital
Panamá
link
siga
in the
siendo
world
un enlace vital
logistic chain.
en la cadena
This
logística
railroad
mundial.
embodies Panama's
Este
commitment to
ferrocarril
innovation
significa el
and growth.
compromiso de Panamá con la innovación y el
Panama Railroad
crecimiento.
project
El
is
proyecto del
set to transform
ferrocarril de
Panama
Panamá
economy and
va a
infrastructure,
transformar la economía y
offering a
infraestructura
range of
panameña,
powerful
ofreciendo
benefits for the
muchísimos
country
beneficios para el
in the
país
area of
en
commerce,
el área de comercio,
efficacy,
eficacia,
connectivity,
conectividad,
safety,
seguridad
and
y
sustainability.
sostenibilidad.
Each of the three
Cada
these
uno
benefits
de
contribute to
estos
a stronger,
beneficios
more resilient
contribuyen a
Panama.
crear un Panamá
This
más
railway
resiliente. Este
isn't just a
ferrocarril
link
no es
between
solo un
ports,
vínculo entre
it's
dos
a link that
puertos, es un
to
vínculo
brighter, more prosperous
que va
future
a
for
traer
all
un
of us.
futuro más
A
brillante
project
para
of this
todos
scale
nosotros.
requires
Un proyecto de esta
careful planning
naturaleza requiere
and execution.
planificación y ejecución cuidadosa.
I'd like to share with you the
Quisiera
steps we're
compartir con
taking
ustedes los pasos que
to bring
estamos
this
tomando
vision to
para
life.
traer esta visión a la
At
vida.
present, we are
Por
on
el
the
momento
steps
estamos en
of
el paso
technical
de la
consultation,
consulta técnica,
pre-design, then
rediseñando,
we'll go to the
y
feasibility
luego
study,
vamos para los estudios
then
de factibilidad,
procurement and
y luego
contracting,
para la compra
and
y
design and
contratación,
construction,
seguidos por el diseño y la
and
construcción,
finally
y
testing
finalmente poniendo a
commissioning
prueba y encargando
before the
las
operation
obras
and
antes
maintenance.
de su operación y
It's easy to
mantenimiento.
say,
Es
but it's
fácil
a
de
long
decir,
way.
pero
We have
es una vía muy
each
larga.
step
Tenemos
has its
cada uno de estos
difficulty, and
pasos
we have
tiene
to
sus
have to
propias
go through it.
dificultades
Different
y
companies,
tenemos que
we have
trabajar
to
con diferentes
we have to use
empresas, tenemos que
skills
utilizar
of all the
las destrezas de
companies
todas las
in the world
empresas
to
del
help us.
mundo para que nos
We have like
ayuden.
I don't know, 20, 25
Tenemos unos
kilometers of
20,
tunnels.
25
We
kilómetros
have
de
so many
túneles,
bridges,
pero tenemos,
viaducts,
necesitamos
we
puentes,
have to build
viaductos y
even
tenemos que
a
construir
new
incluso
bridge
un
over
nuevo
the canal
puente
of Panama Canal
sobre el canal de
to do all
Panamá
of this.
para poder lograr todo esto.
Beyond the logistics,
Más allá de la
the project holds
logística,
a bigger
el
promise.
proyecto tiene una mayor promesa,
Central
una
America that's
visión
more
para una
interconnected and
Centroamérica más
prosperous than ever.
interconectada y próspera que
Let's take
antes.
a moment to
Tomemos
imagine
un momento
what
para
this
imaginar
means for us.
cómo podría ser esto para nosotros, lo que esto significaría. Imaginen
In Central America, where
una
our economies
Centroamérica
are not
donde
only
nuestras
stronger,
economías no solo
but
son más
fully
fuertes, sino que
integrated,
están totalmente
where business
integradas,
across borders
donde las
become partners,
empresas entre las
and our
fronteras
people are connected
vuelven
like
negocios
never
y las
before.
personas están
This isn't
conectadas
just
como
about laying
nunca
tracks
antes. Esto
for
no es
railroads,
solo tener las
it's about laying
líneas del
foundation
ferrocarril, sino
for a
cimentar
united
las
nation.
bases para una unión,
Panama Railroad
región
project
unida. El
is
proyecto
the
del
first step
canal
in
del
a large
ferrocarril de Panamá es
integrated
el primer
railroad
paso,
vision to
es
expand
en una visión
from
integrada
Panama to
para
Costa Rica. That's the
ampliar
first
desde
phase.
Panamá a Costa Rica. Esta es la
Then
primera fase. Pero luego
Will be the other countries of
sería
Central
los demás
America
países
to follow.
centroamericanos que
Like
deberían
Nicaragua,
seguirnos.
Honduras,
Nicaragua,
Salvador,
Honduras, El
Guatemala.
Salvador, Guatemala
This
y más
network
allá. Esta
would
red
link each of our
va a
countries,
vincular
creating a
cada
seamless
una de
corridor
nuestros
of opportunity
países por medio de
and
un
trade
corredor de
across
oportunidades
Central
y
America.
comercio en toda
Now,
Centroamérica.
explore the
Ahora
concrete benefits.
extraeremos los beneficios
just
concretos. Estos son
of
solo
this
unos
regional
ejemplos
railroad
de
integrating
este
with all
ferrocarril
Latin America, all Central
original
America.
integrando
With
Centroamérica.
Panama Multimodal
Con
Rail
el
Gateway, we are
ferrocarril
streamlining
panameño
the journey of goods
vamos
from
a
across the globe to
simplificar
Central
el
America.
viaje de los
Currently,
productos
cargo
a
arriving
Centroamérica.
from
Actualmente
a
la
major
carga
trade
que
partners
llega de
like
nuestros
Germany,
socios
Japan,
principales como
China,
Alemania,
Korea,
Japón,
takes
China,
between
Corea,
22 to
toma de
33
22 a
to 36
a
days
36 días
to reach Central
para
America
llegar a
through
Centroamérica
traditional routes.
por medio de las
Using
rutas
Panama
tradicionales,
ports,
usando los puertos
are-
panameños,
We have like 5 ports,
que tenemos
big
5
ports,
puertos grandes
and they handle,
que
as you
manejan,
saw,
como
many
ustedes vieron,
TEUs a year.
muchos TEUs por
This
año.
will reduce
Esto va a
the cargo
reducir
journey
el
in
viaje de la
13 points,
carga
7
en
days.
13 puntos,
This
o sea,
efficiency
7
is
días.
just about
Esta
speed, isn't just
eficiencia
about speed.
no solo tiene
It's
que
about
ver con la
positioning
velocidad,
Panama
con
as preferred route
posicionar
for
a
goods designed
Panamá como una
destined
ruta
to Central
preferencial
America.
para los bienes que vienen hacia
Faster,
Centroamérica.
more reliable
Con
transit,
tránsito más
Panama
rápido y confiable,
multimodal railroad offer
el
our
ferrocarril
region a
multimodal de
competitive
Panamá
edge
ofrece a la
in
región una
global trade.
ventaja competitiva en el
Panama
comercio global.
multimodal rail
El
railway can
ferrocarril
save time
multipanamal
both
de
and also
Panamá puede
considering
ahorrar
the
tiempo
monetary
también
savings
considerando los ahorros monetarios
for this project.
de este proyecto.
For example, by
Por
moving
ejemplo,
cargo
al
via
mover la
rail,
carga por medio del
especially
ferrocarril,
from
especialmente
cross-border transport
del
to
transporte
Costa Rica,
transfronterizo hacia
we can
Costa
achieve
Rica, podemos
substantial
lograr
reduction.
una reducción sustancial
Transporting
de
goods
precios. El
efficiently
transporte de los productos
isn't just about
eficialmente
speed,
no
it's
solo
about
tiene que ver
cost.
con la velocidad,
When
sino
we,
también con los
when we
costos.
compare the cost
Cuando
moving
comparamos los
containers
costos de
by
mover
truck
contenedores
versus
por camión
rail
versus el
from
ferrocarril,
Puerto Balboa
de
to the
Puerto
border of
Balboa
Costa
a
Rica,
la frontera con Costa Rica,
let's put a 40-feet container.
digamos,
The trucking,
contenedores
just by
de
trucking
40
will be
pies, por
1,600.
camión sería
But by
$1,600,
train will be
pero por
around
ferrocarril el costo
$300.
sería de
That is
unos
not
$300.
exactly, but it's
Esto
around
no
that.
es exacto, pero es
But the big save
aproximado.
is when
En
you
los grandes
have
ahorros es
more
cuando
containers.
tenemos más
Like for 10
contenedores.
containers,
Para 10
the cost will be
contenedores el costo
$16,000.
sería
But by train will be
$16,000 por camión,
$3,000.
pero por
So
ferrocarril
you
solo
see, it's a
$3,000.
big, big
Entonces,
difference.
como pueden
And
ver,
if
es
we
una
go to
enorme
100,
diferencia.
we
Si
go
pasamos a
much
100
more.
contenedores, los
By
ahorros son
choosing
mucho más
rail
altos.
for
Al
cross-border
escoger el
trade,
ferrocarril
Panama and
para el
Costa Rica can
comercio
enjoy more
transfronterizo,
affordable
Panamá y
logistics,
Costa Rica pueden
reducing
tener
road
logística
congestion
más
and more
accesible,
sustainable
reduciendo la
alternatives.
congestión
This
en los
cost
caminos
efficiency
con una
strengthens
alternativa más
our trade
sostenible
and provides
para traer
more
eficiencia al
successful,
comercio y
affordable
proporcionar
options for
una
business
opción más accesible
and consumers
para
alike.
las empresas y los consumidores
When
por
we
igual.
extend this model
Cuando
to the
llevemos
entire
este
region,
modelo a
the
toda la
benefits
región, los
become
beneficios se
even
convierten
more
incluso
compelling.
más
Let's
claros.
the significant
Con-
time
En,
savings
en
as
cuanto al
rail
ahorro de
offers
tiempos que
over
ofrece
railroad
el
trucking
ferrocarril por
across
medio de
Central
por
America.
encima de los camiones
Panama
en Centroamérica.
Railway Project not
El
only
proyecto
save
del
costs,
ferrocarril
but
panameño no
dramatically
solo ahorra costos,
reduces
sino que
transit
reduce
time
el
when
tiempo
compared
de
by trucking
tránsito
across Central America.
dramáticamente al
For example,
atravesar todo
a truck
Centroamérica. Por
from Panama
ejemplo,
to San Jose
un
is
camión de
one or two days.
Panamá a San José toma
But
de 1 a 2
by
días,
rail,
pero por
takes 9
ferrocarril
hours.
solo
If
tomaría
we go
9
to
horas.
Managua,
Si
it's 2
llegamos
to
hasta
3 days.
Managua, es de 2 a
By
3
railroad,
días. Por
14 hours.
ferrocarril
And
toma
so,
14
and
horas y así
finally for Guatemala,
sucesivamente.
it will be
Finalmente hasta
5 to
Guatemala,
6 days,
que
and
dura de 5 a
by
6 días
train
por
will be
camión, por tren,
just 25
solo
hours
serían
or a day.
25 horas, o
So
sea,
this
un día.
most
Esto es
comparison
una comparación
of the logistical
de
and
los aspectos logísticos
logistical work
y el trabajo logístico,
engranaje that have to be done.
el engranaje
To
que
this
tiene que
level of
hacerse. Para
efficiency
llegar a
means
este
goods,
nivel de eficiencia
goods
significa
reach
que
their
los
destination
productos van a
faster.
llegar a sus destinos mucho más
More
rápido.
predictable transportation options, and more
Opciones
predictable
más
transportation
predecibles
options
de
Central American
transporte en
Railroad
los
will position
ferrocarriles
our region
centroamericanos va a
as a
posicionar
competitive
nuestra región
logistic corridor
como
in
un
the global
corredor
market.
logístico
We have
competitivo
seen
en el
the
mercado
potential,
global.
faster
Vemos el
transport,
potencial con transporte
reduced
más
costs,
rápido, menores
stronger
costos,
economies, and more
unas
connected
economías más
Central
fuertes y
America.
una Centroamérica más
But for this
conectada.
vision
Pero para
to
que
become
esta
reality,
visión se vuelva
we
una
need
realidad,
to come together with
necesitamos
purpose
unirnos con
and
un
commitment.
propósito y un
Let's
compromiso.
talk about the steps we
Hablemos
can
sobre
take
los pasos que podamos tomar
to bring this
para
transformative
llevar
project
este proyecto
life.
transformativo a la vida,
I'll finish
para
it.
que cobre vida. Ya voy a
To achieve
terminar.
this,
Para
we invite
lograr
each of you
esto,
to formalize
invitamos a
your
todos ustedes
commitment
a que
and
formalicen
join
su
us
compromiso
in creating
y
the
se
united
nos
framework
unan creando
this
un
project.
marco unido para este
Together we
proyecto,
can.
porque
Pursue
juntos lo
green
podemos
funding,
lograr. Necesitamos
options that
fondos
support
y opciones
sustainable
que apoyen
infrastructure,
a infraestructuras
making
sostenibles,
this project
lo que
viable
haga
and
que este proyecto sea viable
environmentally responsible.
y responsable con el
Simplifying
medio
customs
ambiente, simplificando
is
los
very
procesos
important.
aduaneros, que también
Customs,
es muy importante.
the regulations to
Las
enable benefits,
regulaciones aduaneras
business rail operation across
para
borders.
simplificar las
Let's
operaciones
work together
transfronterizas. Trabajemos
to plan
juntos
essential facilities,
para
important
planificar
terminals,
las
and digital
terminales
connections that
y las
meet our
conexiones
infrastructure
adicionales que
needs
cumplan con
and
nuestra
support
necesidad de
a
infraestructura
thriving
y
network.
apoyen una red
Establish,
vibrante.
finally establish a
Finalmente
regional
estableciendo
logistics
una
to hold
logística
a yearly
regional
to make a yearly logistic summary
para
to the region
llevar este
to work
resumen
on this
logístico a la región
big project.
para trabajar juntos en
This
este
project
gran proyecto.
has the power to
Este
reshape the
proyecto
economic
tiene el poder de
landscape
cambiar
of
el
Central
panorama
America.
económico de
But we need
Centroamérica,
your support,
pero
your
necesitamos su
vision,
apoyo, su
and your
visión
commitment.
y su
Let's make
compromiso.
this railway not
Hagamos
just
que
Panama,
este ferrocarril
but
no
ours
sea solo algo
to protect,
panameño,
to project
sino que sea
that
nuestro para
the project that unite
un proyecto
all
que
Central America.
una a toda Centroamérica.
We invite you today to
Los
join us in
invitamos
making
hoy
this
para que se nos
vision
unan a
a
lograr que
reality.
esta visión se convierta
Let's
en una
all
realidad.
invest in a stronger,
Invirtamos
more connected Central America.
en una Centroamérica
This
más fuerte y
railroad
más
is not
conectada. Este
just
ferrocarril
for Panama,
no es solo para
but for
Panamá,
all of us.
sino para todos
Legacy
nosotros.
of growth,
El legado del
united,
crecimiento,
resilient
reunidos,
for generations to
resilientes
come.
para las generaciones
It's the
futuras.
time to act. It's
Es el
now.
momento de actuar.
Let's bring our vision together. Thank you very much.
Logremos esta visión juntos. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor Saúl,
for sharing this
por
wonderful
compartir
initiative
esta
for the railway
iniciativa
project in
para el
Panama.
proyecto
Next,
de
we're going
ferrocarril
to
en
have
Panamá.
from Kind.
Y ahora
the
vamos a
presentation
tener la
about,
presentación
from
de
Kind.
Kind.
We'll welcome
Le damos
Mr.
la
Wang.
bienvenida al señor Wong.
His, in a round of applause.
Démosle un aplauso, por favor. Good afternoon. I am Byung-Chul Won, Executive Vice President of KIND. First, we will talk about the status of collaboration between Korea and Central America. The content of my presentation is the following. We will talk about collaboration on the infrastructure sector and case studies. I will briefly present our KIND corporation and the development strategy we have implemented. And finally, the contributions that Korea and KIND can bring to projects in Central America. Korea has several cooperation experiences in infrastructure with the 7 countries in Central America. Through the KAICSIM, we have different loans with sovereign guarantees. Recently, together with the IDB, NDB, and CABEI, we have had some financing projects. In the case of Panama, for instance, we have participated in LNG terminals, and we are also contributing to the exports. As case studies, we have Metro Line 3 of Panama. Currently, this 70% of progress. It connects 24.5 kilometers. This project has used a project structure with payments on non-objection certificates and with EPCs through the CNO. We have been assisting this project. To explain a little bit about this practice, when we carry out the works, we have different types of bonds.
And these bonds, financial institutions such as K-Exim buy them. And for instance, the Panama Metro, and when the bond period expires, it refunds the amount. Different global financial institutions are using this type of conditions to be able to create cooperation cases in infrastructure between both regions. Now we have Los Chorros Viaduct in El Salvador. The total cost of this project is $420 million. And it is a project of 14.6 kilometers long. It has been built with co-financing through CABEI. And when the project is completed, there will be more stability in the roads of El Salvador. Now I am going to talk about KIND, which translated means the Urban Infrastructure and Development Corporation of Korea, and we abbreviate it and call it KIND. It was founded in July 2018, and it is part of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport of Korea. We have project developers, and we are also investors and developers of projects. When the Korean construction companies carry out projects abroad, we are the institution that provides and assists them financially. We don't do it through loans, but through investments. In terms of loans, is the Export and Import Bank is the one that grants loans, and what we do is to support companies through investments. Now we will talk about the KIND development strategies in Central America. Given the lack of experience and the financial situation, we have mixed funding or blended financing in the developing stage. For instance, we have used different financial institutions such as the EDF. We fund the master plan, the feasibility study, the tender preparation, and the implementation of the project. We work in collaboration with different agencies of the ODA in Korea through concessional loans and collaboration with multilateral development banks such as the IDB and CABEI to be able to reduce the burden of fundraising of the companies. In other words, very often companies need support to implement projects. So this is important to use funds such as the SDF or the multilateral development banks through co-financing so that these projects can be completed successfully. This is the strategy that KIND uses in Central America. To talk a little bit about our development strategy, we have 3 types. All of these types are related to the EDCF. We need collaboration of the EDCF. First, we have, for instance, concessional loans through assistance, financial assistance for construction. So we cover the cost of the construction. A part is first offered through the funds of the ECDF. The second type is regarding PPP plans. We provide concessional loans. From the EDCF through the APCs, we offer capital so that they can use it for the project. And the third type is a split section for budgets. That is those projects that are not feasible. The EDCF offer funds, and those that are considered feasible, we provide assistance through kind. It is difficult to find private investors for projects that are not highly feasible in Central America. And this is the reason why it is difficult to find sponsors for these construction companies. So what we have been thinking to complement these projects to make them more feasible, we have the three types of financing that I just explained. Korea offers different types of investment for different kinds of projects. For instance, in Middle East and Europe, in this Asian Southeast, we have several cases of investments, especially in solar panels or transportation infrastructure, energy storage systems or facilities, smart logistics centers, both kind, and Korean companies are interested in this sector in Central America. In the case of projects, the Korean government also is highly interested to provide assistance for these types of projects. The Ministry of the Environment of Korea has about 300 billion wons are going to be invested for exporting companies in the environmental sector. So for instance, for water treatment systems, gases, or for instance, desalination plants, we are trying to provide assistance to these kinds of projects. Finally, how can kind contribute when engaging in cooperation projects with Central America? First, we do a feasibility study of the project. The kind carries out this feasibility study free of charge. One of the aspects one of the things that can do is to contribute free of charge the costs for these feasibility studies. So when we have done the study, we look for investment and financing. We make the investment, and we have many contacts in the financial network, such as, for instance, the K-CAFTA and different financial institutions such as IDB. Through this financial network, we look for loans that are feasible. And finally, in the preparation and implementation of the project, we maximize the national value using local content. We want to create better infrastructure through cooperation with Central America. Please take advantage of our cooperation. In Korea, there are no institutions that play the role that we are playing as investors in public infrastructure. If you have a good project in this sector, through the K-CAFTA or through the cooperation with other banks such as the IDB or ourselves, we are here to design and implement these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaijin. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this activity for generating the space for Honduras to present this flagship project for its portfolio that we feel has a huge potential as part of this strategy for the mobilization of technical and economic cooperation between Korea and the Central American region. In this particular case, Honduras. I'm going to divide my presentation in three sections. An overview on the investment portfolio CABEI has in Honduras, a second section to underscore the role of Korea as a global leader in basin management, and I will wrap up with a brief description of El Tablon project and the relevance of this knowledge of the experience of the Republic of Korea in these initiatives and why it is so important in terms of transferring experience not only to Honduras, but also to the Central American region. Some generalities of Honduras, as our executive president said, we have been and will continue being the most relevant bank in the region in Honduras. We've promoted operations for over $8.4 billion. And just as an example for you, the image to the right at the top is El Cajon, a DIM that was co-funded by CABEI with a credit operation of 30 million in 1979. In regards to the active portfolio in 2024, we're talking about $1.5 billion of operations that we have in the case of Honduras, of which over 90% are pending to be dispersed, what shows a relatively young portfolio with lots of business opportunities in different sectors such as infrastructure, health, education, and social protection. In regards to the pipeline of operations of 2025, this portfolio expects to keep growing. We hope and trust we can submit to the consideration of our directors at least a total $350 million in new operations for our active portfolio. Having said this, I would like to highlight the role of Korea in basin management. I would like to highlight two messages. The first message is how historically the Republic of Korea has defined the type of infrastructure for the economic development of its country. The role has been defined for over 50 years and has been executed in a very disciplined fashion by Korea. The second message I want to get through to you is how, in the framework of digital transformation, the Republic of Korea applies the latest technologies available for the management with the purpose of preventing large-scale natural disasters that happen and will continue happening as a result of climate change. Now, what's the result of this discipline in the last 50 years? In the case of the Republic of Korea, the country has over 18,000 reservoirs and dams, of which 1,200 meet the standards to be classified as large scale. Unquestionably, This accumulated experience of the Korean government and the private entrepreneurs of Korea represent a wealth that from CABEI we would like to transfer again to the Central American region, and in this case to Honduras with the participation at El Tablon. But it doesn't stay there. This story of Korea, as it was recently announced by the Ministry of Environment, the process for the construction of 14 new dams in order to continue building the capacity of the country to manage the changing conditions of climate change and as an essential condition to continue growing as a country. In this context, I would like to briefly describe El Tablón. El Tablón is located north of Honduras, and we've been studying this project since 1975. In other words, 50 years ago, that coincides with the period in which the Republic of Korea began constructing its vision of development with the construction of the water structures. El Tablón is located at the Sula Valley at the north of the country. And what is its relevance? First, from an economic perspective, the Sula Valley generates around 65% of the GDP of Honduras and houses around 90% of the drawback industry in the country, which is responsible for generating over 100,000 jobs. And according to the studies we've carried out at CABEI in the last 12 months, the investment for El Tablón is estimated in $320 million that will be focused specifically in the construction of the dam, the machine room for electricity, and the attention of the environmental aspects and social aspects that are required by the policies.
Now you may wonder what is the importance of El Tablón beyond on where it is located. The Sula Valley is highly vulnerable to climate change. In the top right picture, you can see an image that represents what happened with the Eta hurricane, and the bottom is Iota hurricane, two hurricanes that happened in November 2020 and that left in the area of the Sula Valley a little bit more than 600 millimeters of rain within a 2 and 3 week period. Now I would like to present a short video of precisely what happened in the Sula Valley during these two hurricanes. Those images we just saw could happen at any time at the Sula Valley. And therefore, the El Tablon project becomes so indispensable for the Republic of Honduras. Now, what is the objective of the project? Is to strengthen the resiliency, the climate resiliency of the Sula Valley. The image on the top right shows precisely what happened with Ira and Ayora in an scenario without a Tablon Dam. And the bottom image represents a scenario in which a Tablon Dam would have been built. And what does that mean? That with the project, it is estimated to be able to reduce in at least 70% the impact of floods in the Sula Valley area. And in monetary terms, what does this 70% mean? Well, it means reducing or preventing annual economic losses in about $95 million in the area of the valley and in the Republic of Honduras. What's next? The operation is being subject to consideration of our directorate. What will happen within the framework of this forum on Wednesday? Our directors will hear about the operation of El Tablon. We are trustful that it will be approved. In February 2025, we will be working with the government of the Republic of Honduras to be able to start the international bidding process to start the construction process of the dam. And just to conclude, I would like to reiterate the willingness of the bank to be able to support this transfer of knowledge of the experience of the government of the Republic of Korea to Central America, and once again to the Republic of Honduras. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ram.
Muchas gracias por su presentación. Fue muy informativa para hablar de la tecnología avanzada que tenemos para la gestión de vertientes y esperamos que Corea algún día pueda participar en el proceso de implicación y contribuir al desarrollo de este proyecto. Ahora vamos a escuchar al señor Humberto Rodríguez, que es el director financiero del Banco Centroamericano de Integración Económica. Adelante, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, everybody. As part of my presentation, I am going to try to show you this bridge that the Central American Bank wants to do between our Central American countries and the Republic of Korea.
So that we all benefit from that experience, from the miracle of development that Korea has been, and that is very similar to the current status in our region. In terms of the bank, I think it's relevant in how we sell the Central American region beyond our borders. And actually, what we have is an economic bloc of 8 countries with a GDP beyond $84 billion that as a bloc makes us the 4th most important economy in Latin America in terms of developed countries such as Singapore that was discussed this morning. We're in operation since 1960, and actually we're one of the oldest multilaterals in the world. We have more years of operation regarding the African Bank of Development, and that supports the operations. It is in 25% is paid in capital, 75% on demand, a very specific characteristic of multilateral banking. And this gives us to a statement of result estimated in $18.4 billion with a portfolio of around $12.5 billion. Our envelope of approval is around $3.2 billion, and we have a membership of 15 countries in 3 categories: founding members, non-regional founding members, and extra-regional members with 10 offices in the various countries. The timeline, and this is very relevant in terms of the favorable evolution the Central American has regarding its franchise and risk rating. It opens up to extra-regional membership in 1992 with the Republic of China, Taiwan, and incorporating this year, and it's completed in 2019, where we reach 15 members through the incorporation of Korea. An element that is truly interesting is that we already have an office in Seoul from July 2022, where Jay Jean, our moderator, is a representative. And something very revealing as well is that the share participation of Korea in CABEI with 9% is the highest Korea has in multilateral banking, doubling the share participation it has in the Asian Development Bank, reflecting the strong commitment it has with CABEI and the potential it's identified for the Central American region. Within the objectives Korea seeks and in the framework that gave rise to its implementation in 2019, we find the fact that CABEI can establish a synergy between this country and the region in the framework of the free trade agreement we've been discussing all day, and also opening up the possibility of channeling official resources, ODA resources, as was mentioned by KIND, EDCF, and the transfer of this knowledge and experience lived by Korea, and that is somewhat parallel with the Central American region. CABEI, in the last 4 or 5 years since the incorporation of Korea, has signed memorandums of understanding with important institutions in this country, including KIND, KT, MOLIT, the Port Authority of Incheon, GGGI, the Grumble Green Institute, considering that Central America is the region most affected by climate change globally, as Ramon just showed. And what underlies these MOUs is the financial arm that through CABEI we seek to materialize with facilities, including one for $600 million for sovereign risk through the facility of the Economic Development Fund for Korea, EDCF, that are resources from the Ministry of Economy and Finance, also co-founding with Exim Bank for $50 million, and the trust fund of KTF with non-reimbursable resources for $50 million, accounting for $10 million a year. What potentiates the role of CABEI as a catalyst of cooperation, knowledge, technology, and evidently It's our high risk rating from the year 2002. CABEI has experienced 18 uh, improvements in rating. We've never experienced any downgrade as confirmed in AA in last September. And Korea, with its incorporation in 2019, allowed us to take that step from single A rating to the current rating that, as I mentioned, is AA. And precisely this has allowed for the bank to be placed in the global capital markets, where we've issued in 27 currencies, according to the latest transactions in 23, as the best in Latin America, promoted by the extra regional membership that we have in the bank, giving us a quality leap with the Republic of Korea in 2019. What do we do with our rating? We channel resources in competitive financial reasons and with more volume. CABEI at present channels 50 cents in Central America, 37 billion from its foundation. But something very relevant is that of those 37 billion, over half has been achieved in terms of the high rating we've been presenting and more access to the markets promoted by this extra regional membership. In the framework of K-CAFTA, it's important to recognize that there's space to do more. The Central American region, evidently in the macroeconomic data, has a close relationship with the U.S. as the most important global market, and the second trade partner is the country themselves. In the framework of K-CAFTA, we think there is a very important opportunity, considering the pandemic, to do nearshoring in Central America, considering our geographic and logistic closeness with the U.S. and the trade agreements and free trade areas that could be provided within K-CAFTA specific opportunities like car, textile, and others. And as mentioned by our executive president, the high potential our young labor and increasing labor force has. Where do we want to get to strengthen the bridge that we see on this bridge, that in the framework of K-CAFTA we become that bridge between this developed economy, their companies and institutions, and the Central American region. Here we see a brief summary of the facilities that we have availability to and that I mentioned before. KTF, which is the largest single donor fund established in the history of CABEI, in the order of 50 million, the on-lending facility that goes through the balance of CABEI with Exim Bank for 50 million, and a very relevant facility that we have in the framework of economic development cooperation for $600 million, which is also very relevant for CABEI, because in the framework for G20 to optimize our statement of results allows us to potentiate our financial indicators, and mostly the financial package sovereign countries receive. The ODA resources are the most concessional globally. We're talking about rates of 0.15% fixed up to 2.5 to 40-year terms with grace periods that oftentimes get to 10 years. The KTF, it was signed in 2020 with the objective of potentiating and creating a seedling of projects with Korean interest. We have some of the initiatives that we've achieved in sustainable urban mobility, as we saw in the first group, and in the development of transport logistics, as we see in the second batch. Where are we heading at? We mentioned climate smart greenhouses in Costa Rica, also in Guluchapa in El Salvador, and the potential to materialize in terms of wind energy in the coastline of this beautiful country. We also have operations approved for $16 million in 31 cooperation areas, including health, transport, trade, and energy. I would also like to present what we've done to date in the framework of ETCF facility, where we've been able to offer concessions to countries. We've been able to generate business of civil work and supervision for some Korean companies for $382 million. And we still have approximately $218 million available for new projects. Evidently, CABEI also seeks to distribute equitably among countries through these resources, and we see we've been able to take care of resources in 5 countries. Evidently, CABEI has specificities to it, which is the fact that we can tie projects, something other multilateral banks can't do, and offer favorable conditions in the technical and economic offers for the companies of our member countries. There's an important gap of infrastructure in Central America. We're talking about $8 billion in potential investments in the sector of infrastructure, resilient roads, basically, also in trade, logistics, ports, airports, and trains of around $2.3 million to 2020, and to have more sustainable levels with investments up to 2050, and to finish in the pipeline that we have with KEXIM in the framework of ETCF facility. And this slide that Ramon Arias just presented, with a huge potential in the productive sector of Honduras. And we're also in conversations in the Dominican Republic, the Jaina port, for $100 million that will seek to potentiate the storage systems and drainage in the Dominican Republic. A success case is the case of the expansion of CA1 in Los Chorros in El Salvador. This project was also mentioned by our kind colleague, a project in which CABEI and the Ministry of Economy and Finance are able to consolidate a financial package for over $400 million, where Dombu, in this case, is in charge of the civil works for over $370 million and participates in the supervision for 12. This is a transformational project that we would like to show you in the next video.
CABEI is from
Esta carretera es una importante arteria que une la zona occidental y oriental del país, sirviendo como un corredor internacional que conecta con los demás países centroamericanos. La ampliación de esta carretera se traduce en servicios eficientes y seguros para el transporte de personas y bienes, facilitando la conectividad entre ciudades y países. Se construirán más de 14 kilómetros, ampliando la carretera a 8 y 6 carriles en diferentes tramos, lo cual agilizará los tiempos de viaje para todos sus usuarios. El proyecto incluye la construcción del viaducto Francisco Morazán, el más grande del país. Además, el proyecto facilitará el paso de cerca de 73,000 vehículos que transitan por la zona, beneficiando a más de 200,000 personas. A través de este proyecto, el BESIE contribuye al desarrollo de El Salvador, fomentando la accesibilidad universal para la población. BESI, motor de la transformación positiva.
Thank you, Jagan.
The great snapshot of the presentation of the relationship between Korea and the bank. Next, we'll have the presentation from Ms. Lee from K-CAFTA.
Mi nombre es simply head of the MDB1 of the KXIM. I am in charge of co-financing together with CABEI, and it is a great honor to present today in such an important event. My presentation will deal on how external public funding is defined and how it plays a vital role in the promotion of investment together with specific case studies to illustrate this point. First, we will talk about the table of contents of my presentation. First, I will talk about the different types of external public finance that exist in general terms, and then I will analyze its role in the promotion of overseas investment through 3 points. Before going into details, I would like to make a brief presentation of the Export-Import Bank of Korea, KXIM, where I work. The reason why I want to present this information is because of exterior public financing happens because it is managed by our bank because it has connection points. We are an agency that provides external public funding, and I believe that our institution is an institution that provides this kind of assistance. The bank was created to support the economic growth and international cooperation of Korea and acts as an institution of financing of policies. We have two basic roles. One is a fundamental role is to act as an credit agency for exports that support the export activities and investment overseas. And as our second role, we manage multiple fiduciary funds from governments, such as the most representative is the one that was mentioned earlier, by Mr. Humberto, which is the Fund of Cooperation for Economic Cooperation, EDCF, which is well known, which is assistance for public development. It's a concessionary loan, which is managed through on the basis of our government policies. As there were many difficulties in the supply chain after COVID-19, we created a supply chain resilience fund after COVID-19. In the next slide, I am showing the volume of the operations of the KXIM. Just in 2023, on the credits for exports, we managed a disbursement of about $58 billion, while our support for the DCF reached about $2 billion. This year, also through assistance of our government, we are going to approve a new loan of $3 million. I am going to move on. And this slide, I am going to talk about external public financing to see its role. First, we establish a base for investment through institutional reforms, such as, for instance, CABEI. Second, we have the EDCF, which is bilateral assistance for development. And as a third point, it's not really an assistance, but we have a public credit for exports provided by organizations such as the KXIM. Recently, there is development finance such as the DFC of the U.S., centered on the support to the private sector of the countries in developing countries. In the next slides, I am going to explain the role that the external public finance can mean. First is to establish a foundation for overseas investments through institutional reforms. Second, build infrastructure to attract foreign investment. And finally, to provide personalized finance for specific projects. I am going to analyze these roles in detail, emphasizing the participation of our bank and also the results that we have obtained. Regarding institutional reforms, the establishment of foundation for investment. As an example, we have that through multilateral development banks and bilateral ODA funds, we support the reforms of countries for loans-based, policy-based loans. And as a representative case, I would like to explain an examples of cooperation between CABEI and the EDCF in the Dominican Republic about the economic rehabilitation, reactivation of the energy sector in the country. This project was crucial to advance in the structural reforms of the public economic policy, improve the tax stability, and support the long-term economic growth. The next fundamental role is the development of infrastructure to attract foreign investment. The development of infrastructure acts, as you know, as a magnet to attract foreign investment. As you can see, there are different ways to finance these projects. The project that I mentioned, as I mentioned before, or as it was explained by Mr. Won from KIND, and also by Humberto from the CABEI. The project in Los Chorros was through a co-financing between CABEI and the EDCF to build this viaduct and its expansion, which is an example that shows how we work. Another project that we have through the EDCF is the construction of some roads in Bolivia. These projects increase the social and economic benefits in the region while at the same time creating a better business environment, reason why we can attract the interest of foreign investors. Another example is the Line 3 of the Panama Metro. Mr. Wong also talked about this project, so I am not going to go into details. Another example that I would like to mention, it's not an example from Central America, but it is another project of high impact of the project of modernization of the railroad in Egypt. What I would like to explain about this project is that we finance very efficiently through our different products of the cake SIM, through the EDCF in part, and in addition to the EDPF. And we also use the EDPF, which is another fund that we have, in addition to the EDCF. This is another source of public funding that we use to support this project. The difference is that a part was financed through the EDCF, and we gave the condition for a Korean company to develop this project. but through the EDPF, which is a fund for the promotion of economic development, we didn't need a Korean company to participate in this project. So through these types of funds, such as the EDCF and EDPF, we combine them, and this is one of the advantages that we have for large projects. This is something that I would like you to keep in mind. Finally, another aspect for public financing is to offer specific financial solutions to support specific investment projects. We can provide support to the exemption of imports and investments abroad. As you can see at the bottom, we have a Korean company that acquired a Brazilian company called Selecta, and we supported them with our own capital. And we also provided financial assistance for a development project in Argentina related to the development of clean energies, which is something that can be useful as a reference. In the next slide, we show another project that we supported in Chile. This is a project in a lithium mine in Chile. It is not a Korean company, the one that was awarded this project, but the lithium produced in this mine is important into Korea, and this is why we supported this Chilean lithium mine. I cannot explain in detail all of the projects that we are carrying out, but when we work in cooperation with some Korean company, we can offer different financial solutions. And I would like to stress this point. This is what I prepared for today's presentation. This has been related to finances. If you have any questions, this is my contact email, so please do not hesitate to contact me to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Our final speech presenter is Mr. Han Chang-sun from KABEI Spinning. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Han Sang-sun, CEO of Spinning, which is a company that produces thread. Our global group, CAA, made a complete investment of this company. The CABEI Global Group is divided into 3 operations. First, in apparel business, and in this area we have CA Trading, which recently acquired the Honduran company Tegra. And also the company has acquired a Korean company, IndoHef. And we have spinning mills yarn spinning mills in Honduras and other countries of the world. We also own the Jeonju paper company and Franley Group. And in terms of construction and energy, the group has acquired important companies, including Samjon Engineering and Construction. I apologize. SAE Trading was created in 1986. Then it started producing apparel in Guatemala. And then the company started operations in Indonesia in 2004. And finally, in Costa Rica, it opened its yarn spin in 2015. There were more Korean companies present in this country, but they disappeared over time. But we have survived, and we have created a yarn spinning mill to provide materials to our trade company, SEA Commerce. The Global SEA Group has presence in Asia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and in Central America, and Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Honduras and El Salvador also, as well as in Haiti. We have more than 70,000 workers in 15 operation sites, and we are exporting a total amount of $5 billion a year. CI Spinning opened doors in 2015 in Cartago, the old capital of Costa Rica. And 2 years ago, it opened its second plant, and this year we opened our third plant. CI Spinning received authorization to work in a free trade area zone, so it benefits from tax exemption. It has an area of 140,000 square meters. We purchased a lot to operate more than 100,000 spindles. We have a total of 600 workers, 200 people in each of our plants. And we produce yarn not just for apparel. We work with cotton, modal, rayon, polyester, and other materials to produce this yarn. And all of the production is exported to the countries in the region, amounting to $100 million annually. Many people ask us why we established our plant in Costa Rica, our mill in Costa Rica. Since 2015, I joined this company, and there were several reasons, but the first and most important is that we had a need to produce our yarn in Costa Rica to have a better access to the U.S. in terms of taxes. Since we are located in a free trade area, we can benefit from the tax exemptions, and to maximize these benefits, we decided to build this mill in Costa Rica. In Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Haiti, we commercialize, and we are exporting a large number of products to the U.S. market. And we work with large buyers of garments in the United States. And in Central America, we export $500 million. And if we include all of the plants in the world, our amount will total amount will be $1,700 million. And one of the characteristics that distinguish us from other companies is that we have achieved full vertical integration of the whole manufacturing practice, from the spinning, weaving, and everything. So Costa Rica is one of the most important markets for us in the region. And in just 1 week, you can make the delivery. But why Costa Rica, we have other options such as Nicaragua and Guatemala and others. But the CEO of our group chose Costa Rica because it is a country that enjoys a very clear separation of powers, in addition to its political stability and high levels of transparency. Other Central American countries also pose advantages, but in terms of transparency and stability and policies, we decided that Costa Rica was a good option to place our factories. And we also believe that Costa Rica is a very safe country to live. And since the 1990s, Korea has been an example of democracy. And wage stability is also an advantage that Costa Rica offers. The wage increase is not so high compared to other countries in the region. The labor market is also very sound, so we can get manpower with relative ease. We use a lot of electric power to operate our machinery, and 90% of the electric power in Costa Rica is made up by renewable sources, which is an advantage for us because we are living in an era in which renewable energies are prioritized. From this point of view, Costa Rica is an ideal country for us. And what are the benefits that Costa Rica offers? First, Costa Rica has an institution called Procomer that facilitates a broad spread of information to foreign investors. And once the companies have been installed, Procomer continues providing support. And its support is very attractive for us. And tax benefits are also an important factor. For 10 years, we can be exempt from corporate taxes. And we enjoy other benefits such as the excise taxes, remittance, repatriation tax, and sales tax, and others which are exempted. And the country offers a very interesting mechanism of incentives to investors. And as I mentioned, the electricity rates are reasonable compared to its neighboring countries, keeping in mind that this sector consumes a lot of energy. This slide has some of the images of our factories that were taken in October this year. We opened our third plant. And the image that we have on the right shows how yarn is produced. We have a 10-year history in the initial phase. We had many difficulties. And employees, I believe, they have a good discipline. As a company, we have to establish rules, and luckily, we have employees who follow these rules established by the company. And And this is why we have 3 plants. And now that we are expecting to have the free trade agreement with Central America, will play an even more important role in the growing conflict between China and the U.S.
Your presentation. This concludes this session for session 6. And it's very good to see a Korean private company having invested in so many of these countries where Korea operates. I once again thank all of our presenters, and through this session, I hope everyone learned a little bit about how we can all collaborate as different institutions, as a bank, as a institution, as an investor, and as a private company in the region to work together to achieve the common goal of having this economic cooperation between the two regions. So let's give the presenters once again a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to our guests for your participation and contribution to the K-CAFTA 2024. And before introducing our next speakers, we would like to make an announcement. We would like to remind those of you who are using the translation devices to please return them at the end of the day, so you can get your ID back. And that tomorrow we will follow the same process. You can pick them up in the morning so that you can continue listening to the presentations during the second day. And if somebody found any device lost, please return it to the reception area. Well, now we continue with the panel of experts about the importance of taking advantage of the K-CAFTA, which will be moderated by Mr. Armando Navarrete, head economist of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. Mr. Navarrete is an outstanding economist and financier. He leads the head office of CABEI in Honduras with sound history in strategic planning and sustainable development. Mr. Navarrete has worked with government institutions of the government of Nicaragua, the resident mission of the International Monetary Fund in that country. His experience on regional integration matters, competitiveness, and economic analysis will contribute a strategic and enriching vision to this session. As panelists, he will be joined by Ms. Cristina Mora, outstanding negotiator of the Ministry of Foreign Trade of Costa Rica and coordinator of the Asia and Oceania Forum. He has a wide experience in the development facilitation of international trade policies. Ms. Mora has led important initiatives to strengthen the business relations between Costa Rica with Asia and Oceania, promoting opportunities of exchange and economic collaboration in the region. We will also have the participation of Mr. Koo Kyung-hyuk, who is the leader of trade and investment policies and the Institute of International Economic Policies of Korea, Kiev, who has a long-standing tradition of research in Kiev. He has a doctorate in economy of the Michigan State University, a master's degree in economy, and a degree in economy and social well-being of the Seoul University. He is also part of this group of panelists, Mr. Lee Yong-soo, who currently is the leader of sales and marketing operations in Latin America and the Caribbean for Solom, a Korean company that specializes in electronic components for the automobile industry. With more than 10 years of experience in companies such as Samsung Electronics and Alisa Consulting, Mr. Lee has wide experience in expanding businesses, corporate planning, and commercial strategies in the region. His knowledge of the Latin American market and his focus on technological innovation will also contribute a valuable perspective to our forum. Let's welcome them with an applause.
Good afternoon. Before starting, let me thank the authorities of Costa Rica. Thank you for opening up the doors to your beautiful country. It's a country that is full of pura vida, as they said. Additionally, I would like to thank the participation and the presence of all the official delegations that have joined us from Korea. It's a long trip, and your presence here shows the interest of achieving this close relationship with countries in the Central American region. And thirdly, I'd like to thank the team of CABEI. Unquestionably, you've done a great job in the organization of this activity. My name is Armando Navarrete. I'm the chief economist of CABEI, and it's a pleasure for me to moderate this session where we will be delving in K-CAFTA. In this regard, let me just make a reflection on the importance that trade and investment have as essential points to promote competitiveness and sustainable development of our economy. In this regard, the free trade agreements like K-CAFTA, more than giving access to new markets, help to generate the necessary conditions for our economies to diversify. And what we expect from CABEI and what we all should expect is that this trade agreement acts as strategic pillar to promote trade integration between the two regions, help in the approach between Central America and Asia, and with Korea through the promotion of investments, the transfer of knowledge and technology, and the increment of technical assistance and economic cooperation to potentiating this transformation requires a joint agenda where we all need to participate, from the most relevant government actors, the private sector, and in our case, the actors of development. Every one of our panelists brought a presentation to share. The order we have with Christina that will provide the vision from the Ministry of Foreign Trade of Costa Rica, then Mr. Kung from the Korean Institute of International Economic Policy, and thirdly, Mr. Lee that will share his vision from the private sector on behalf of Solum. So I would like to ask for your time management. So Christina, you have the floor. It's a pleasure to share with you the free trade agreement between Korea and Central America. And particularly, it's an honor to share this space with Mr. Navarrete, Mr. Kuhn, and Mr. Lee. Before getting started, Before getting started with this presentation, we have a technical issue, but the idea is to go back in time. With the launch of the official negotiation was done in 2015, and it was managed jointly. But from the beginning, they decided the countries were going to assume the commitments bilaterally. It was staggered between 2019 and 2021. At that time, the Republic of Guatemala didn't sign the agreement. However, in January this year, the protocol of accession of Guatemala to the treaty. And from the perspective of Costa Rica, we're looking for this strategy as to join the Asia Pacific region. The particular interest in Korea is born from the global leadership of Korea in terms of economic growth, resilience, and development. And it's when people think about trade partners, they don't think about Costa Rica because of the geographical distance, but they're very wrong. But Korea is the third partner of importance in Asia, and they're overlooking the fundamental values that shorten this distance, making us natural partners. And these values that are shared are the strong commitment with democracy, the respect to the rule of law. We defend human rights, peace, and freedom. At the beginning of the 90s, Korea and Central America started an trade opening path. So by 2015, both wanted to consolidate a new generation agreement to strengthen our trade relationship, taking advantage of the economic advantages of every region, basing ourselves on our values. That is why this agreement goes beyond traditionally trade of goods and services, including chapters on e-trade, cooperation, environment, transparency, and others. These elements extend the opportunities of the treatment that, if taken correctly, may include inclusive well-being for both. From the very beginning, we were looking for a high-level agreement, and it was achieved. As we can see in the bilateral example between Korea and Costa Rica to date, year 6, their tariffs eliminated for 86.2% of the tariffs. And for Costa Rica, we can see that 75.1 are already eliminated. The country set the objective of working in favor of taking advantage of our productive advantages and how our economies complement. We can see on this chart how the trade of goods is translated in figures in the last 10 years. As you can see, before the agreement coming into effect, total trade had a downward trend. However, with the coming into effect of the agreement in 2019 for most countries, we can see there's a new push to trade, and we begin to see important growth. Getting in detail, we can see after the agreement, imports have a clear trend upwards than exports. But looking at the trade of goods as a whole, total trade with the region grew 78% to 2023. And it's no surprise that Korea is the 9th supplier of Central America. This chart shows that from a bilateral perspective, a similar behavior is replicated. As you can see, total trade initially we see a downward trend, and with the coming into effect sustained growth from 2019 to 2023, total rate registered an annual growth close to 15%. Getting in detail, in 2019 to 2023, imports grew at an annual pace of 14%, while exports 17%. Exports between 2019 and 20 more than double in spite of the pandemic. And then they keep a value of around 80 million, with the exception of 2023 that we see it coming down. When we analyze an agreement, it's important to analyze different elements. Today, we're going to use the bilateral relationship between Costa Rica and Korea to elaborate on this. As we know, both countries are integrated in global value chain of medical devices, car, electronics, and electric, among others. That's why many of the products that we find in the top 10 of import and export products between Korea and Costa Rica are no surprise. However, it's important to dig deeper because in doing this analysis, it allows us to observe trends in areas of opportunity to take the best advantage of the agreement. This analysis allows us to identify how the trade between parties that share values have the possibility of promoting a more sustained production cycle, as can be seen in recycled metals to Korea, such as copper and aluminum, that can be used in industrial manufacturing in Korea. Although trade between Korea and Costa Rica has grown, the diversification has not grown in parallel. The only products in the top 10 of exports and imports did not appear in 2018. We'll only see the 5 products they've indicated here with an arrow. In the case of the diversification of imports, it's improved over 10%. However, exports and their concentration remain at around 90%, which brings us back to the reduction of exports Costa Rica had in 2023, which is important to clarify because it follows less exports of medical devices, coffee, and sugar. In other words, 2 of the 3 products of higher exports in Korea. And this is where we find an opportunity to encourage the diversification of exports and explore new sectors that can be benefited. From the analysis of those that have more participation, we should also see what goods have shown more growth throughout the agreement. This allows to assess the actual impact of the agreement with a global approach of the increment of trade in general terms, but what products have experienced more competitiveness, efficiency, and attraction in the global market. We see the 5 products that have shown the most growth of exports that are very robust. These show how Costa Rica has taken advantage of the treaty to take advantage of technology and value added such as medical devices and has facilitated agricultural products such as banana. We see the 5 imported products from Korea that show the most growth, where we can observe the trend towards diversification. These products keep growing in different sectors, and they also include end consumption as well as for the industry, making the trade of Korea with Costa Rica be even more resilient. After this analysis, it's also important to see what products are outstanding in this relationship. For instance, Korea is the most important destination for Costa Rican exports of car tires, and of iron for recycling, whereas Korea is our main supplier are some cars, acrylic polymers, and aluminum. And this reflects how manufacturing in both countries has taken advantage of the treaty to strengthen their supply chain through the importation of specialized machinery for industry, facilitating a relationship where Korea provides industrial goods and Costa Rica supplies materials that can be transformed. Together, all of these patterns suggest that the trade agreement has promoted a solid and more diversified offer, supporting growth in key sectors in both economies, promoting a deeper integration in global value chains. As you can see on this chart, Korean companies have deposited their trust in Costa Rica to establish their operations consistently from the coming into effect of the agreement, converting Korea in the second Asian country with the highest investment in our territory. This investment has generated high-quality jobs and promoted the transfer of technology and knowledge in strengthening Costa Rican strategic sectors. We also know the case of Forest Spinning that established its first site in Costa Rica and has just announced its third reinvestment. At this moment, we have a solid trade relationship. However, there are many opportunities to increase our benefits. For example, we can explore the possibilities to combine the technology and innovation of Korea with our high human capital. The free trade agreements open up the doors to the international market and create growth opportunities. However, it's the companies that really take advantage of these opportunities. In this regard, the role of the private sector is key to materialize the potential of the agreement. That's why governments need to be aware of the needs of the private sector and the challenges they face. In an exercise, the Ministry of Foreign Trade with the private sector identified the priority areas to maximize the agreement with Korea, and the private sector identified the reduction of cost of transport and logistics, improve the availability to information, increase cooperation in sanitary and phytosanitary measures, as well as requisites of this market to effectively position ourselves, and the need to go from traditional methods to do digital businesses every more often. In a nutshell, the detailed analysis allows us to precisely understand how a treaty influences in the productive and competitive sector of an economy, adjusting trade policies to maximize the benefits of the agreement. In the case of the treaty between Central America and Korea, the annual growth of total trade of goods, the diversification of the offer, the further integration in global value chains, and foreign direct investments suggest the agreement has set a solid base for an even stronger economic relationship in the long term, allowing to promote inclusive and sustainable development for all parties. Thank you. Thank you. And unquestionably, Korea is a model to follow as far as economic growth of resilience and innovation. And all of these values they share with Costa Rica make it an ideal partner so that Costa Rica can take advantage in the way you showed, and the figures show how bilateral trade has doubled and have taken advantage of those products with a high technological component and value added. The challenge is move forward to further diversification and more integration with the global value chains. Now, Mr. Ku will offer his presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Kyu Kyung-hyung, and I'm the head of investment policy of Kiev. Kiev is about the international policies for them to serve in the formulation of public policies in Korea. It's an institute funded by the state, and it's a think tank for Korea. I would like to express my thanks for the invite, and I feel at this time most of you are tired, so I'm going to try to be very brief. And what I'd like to say is that Korea is one of the countries with the most protagonism in the promotion of free trade agreements. So I'm going to talk about the Korean experience. while at the same time, how we can successfully take advantage of the free trade agreement between Korea and Central America, and mostly when there's a reconfiguration of the global value chain. In this situation, how can this treaty contribute to the regional prosperity? First of all, I would like to mention that Korea is a good example that free trade agreements work. The country has signed FTAs with over 50 countries, which represents 70% of the global GDP. And from the year 2000, the growth rate of the Korean economy and trade placed the country among the best within the OECD countries. And apart from this figure, we've also confirmed that free trade agreements have made a big contribution to the generation of wealth and jobs in the nation. And we've been able to demonstrate its impact with objective data. However, the country faced a conflict while the government celebrated negotiations to sign an FTA with the US. There were manifestations. The image to the right belongs to protesters during the third round of negotiation of free trade agreement and with Korea. And to the right, we have protesters against this agreement. Many Koreans might have forgotten, but there was a time in which people showed unhappiness against this agreement out of fear of the loss of jobs and the weakening of the economy. However, after a survey with the question, if you agree with the FTA with the US, almost 90% of those surveyed said yes. And this dramatic change happened along the 10 years since the treaty got signed. People might have felt in their own flesh the positive impact of this treaty. And according to our investigation, the results derived from the FTA with the US have contributed to the increment of trade between Korea and the US, even when the behavior of global trade was not so good, mostly around intermediate goods and high value-added services. That bilateral trade has grown between the US and Korea. So the results are very clear and they're mutual. The mutual investments also had a big increment. And in making the investment abroad, Korea has been able to have registered patents in the US market, while Korea has received a large proportion of the US capital that has obviously contributed to national growth. Between the various treaties of free trade agreement Korea has signed every 5 years, it assesses the results of the treaties signed. And one of the most important implications for the FTA between Korea and Central America is the agreement signed between Korea and Turkey. Just like the US, trade between Korea and Turkey has had a notable increment since the coming into effect of this treaty. And we need to pay attention to the fact that Korean investments to Turkey have grown quite a bit. If we do a qualitative analysis, Korean investments to Turkey have grown in significant terms. But this is not bad for Korea because the increment of Korean investment means that private companies now have more production sites in Turkey. And this means more generation of jobs in this country. And products produced by Korean companies in Korea are exported to their neighbors in other parts of the world. And this brings about very positive consequences to Korean companies as well. Among the FTAs Korea has signed, the impact of this agreement with Turkey has been particularly higher. The FTA with Chile and Turkey and Peru have had a very positive impact for Korea by contributing to the Korean investment in this country. And it's one of the results that we can expect from the FTA with Central America as well. And why is Central America an attractive partner to Korea? In Latin America in general, the growth rate of the Central American economies is higher than other countries in the region. Specifically, the rate is 1.5% higher than all of Latin America as a whole, and 0.7% higher than the global average. No, 2.9%. I mean the global, the growth rate of Central America, and 2.5 than the Latin American average. And Central America is a bridge to Korea in its participation in the North American market and Latin America in general. And the FTA with Central America poses an opportunity for us to avoid the trade conflicts with the US. And unlike the treaties with other markets with large blocs like the EU, this treaty with Central America, we can focus on specific sectors.
And for Central America, what does Korea mean? Korea has advantages in industries that are futuristic, such as manufacturing infrastructure and advanced technologies such as semiconductors, secondary batteries, and others. It has a solid productive basis in these areas, and also Korea is one of the top 10 global economies in the world. And it has a broad network of free trade agreements with the most important economies of the world. It also has the experience of having transformed itself from a developing economy to an advanced economy. And we consider with the reconfiguration of the global supply chain, obviously this global trend poses a challenge for Korea. And since 2008, the U.S. has imposed high tariffs to commercial transactions with China, which is the black line. The dotted line shows the trade between China and the U.S., while with Mexico, Vietnam, and Korea, exports to the American market have been growing. And this is positive or not for Korea in terms of aggregate value added exports in China go through several parts of the world, and since 2007, here weight and volume of the Chinese projects that enter the American market through third parties has been increasing. And Korea is one of the countries of transit for high value added product from China to enter the American market. And before Trump's second mandate, the tariffs will increase for Chinese products. The possibility of bringing Chinese products to the American market by third parties might be restricted given the potential pressure, possible pressure of the American government. All of this panorama poses a greater need to realign the global supply chain, and not just in terms of the free trade agreement, but also in these circumstances, Korea has a great need to have other export destinations. And in this sense, Korea can be an engine of global trade. In this sense, how can the Central American and Korean agreement can be leveraged? We should reflect about this in the next few years. This is the end of my presentation. Undoubtedly, the K-CAFTA has new potentialities between both geographic areas, especially as it was mentioned at a key time in which the global supply chains are changing the way in which we interact worldwide. Undoubtedly, Korea, with its experience with more than 50 free trade agreements throughout history, is a good success story from which the Central American region can learn and leverage benefits, especially with the clear evidence of the benefits of the significant expansion on trade and bilateral investment. And Central America also undoubtedly can replicate the successful experience with the support of the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. Now we will listen to Mr. Lee. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. My number is Jong-Sun Lee. I am from Latin America and the Caribbean at Solom. I would like to say that I'm going to be speaking in Spanish. Today has been a long day, so I'm going to try to finish as soon as possible so you can rest. My name is Jong-Sun Lee. I am in charge of the business operations of Solom in the Central American Caribbean area. And if you look at me, I am Korean, but I am also Latin because I have a nationality, a Panamanian nationality. Our company is known as Solum since 2015. Before 2015, we had a different name, and we became a public company in 2021. We have a volume of $1.4 billion a year, more or less. Although we are known as Solom, and after 2015, we have experience of more than 15 years. We are a company that manufactures electronic components, and potentially many of the electronic products that you have at home or with you at this time are our own products. Our product portfolio is very, we have electronic labels, chargers for vehicles, digital signage, IoT technology, sensors, trackers, and products for healthcare. Our worldwide network, of course, our headquarters is in Korea. We have factories in China and Vietnam. The product development center in India. Our headquarters of marketing and sales for Europe is in Frankfurt, Germany. And in the American continent, the New York offices manage the operations for the US and Canada. Recently, last year, we started operations in Latin America. We have our main offices in the city of Mexico, factories in Tijuana. In December, we will be opening our office in Sao Paulo, and in January, we will officially start in Panama and Buenos Aires. I talked about inheritance. In the past, Solon was known as Samsung Electromechanics. But in the year 2015, the company decided to create a spin-off. Although the Samsung Group keeps a high percentage of their shares in our company. Among the strengths, in addition to our history or common shared history with Samsung, we have 50 years of technology with our own production in all our factories and an international network of customers in different areas and industries. Our sales, as I mentioned, are geared to different electronic product categories. So far, digital signage projects have been our main products in our global invoicing. This is something new, an emerging technology in the power division. I mentioned that possibly you might have with you some of our products in your hands or at home. And we produce 100% of the Samsung chargers globally. We produce of Samsung TVs that are commercialized by Samsung globally. We are also working a lot in government projects such as public lighting or street lights, and also as energy sources for different database centers worldwide. What comes in the future are chargers for electric vehicles. At this time, we are working on a very large project at the border between the US and Mexico to install electric chargers because electric trucks that travel from the US at this time do not have a way to recharge their energy at the border with Mexico. So we are working on this currently. Also, we are working a lot in large projects of databases to be power sources for databases, as well as in different industries to be able to supply semiconductor factories. Some of our clients and partners for different products worldwide are listed here. At this time, I believe that probably for the general public, these display products are going to be much more familiar than what we have discussed, because in our power line focuses on the very specialized market niche. We work with display products for retail business, farm, drugstores, supermarkets, hardware stores, to enrich the experience of consumers in the different POS. something new in the market, electronic labels. In some countries, they call pricers. This time, all of the retailers in general have to mark the prices of the products they have for sale using stickers. So we are changing to digitalization of all price tags for consumers to improve the efficiency of the businesses and enhance customers' experience. We have several projects in Mexico, Guatemala, Trinidad and Tobago, Ecuador. We still don't have the luck to have a project in Costa Rica yet. Also, these are all our partners or our clients that have been working with us in electronic labels in the last 14 years. I think that this is going to be the more appealing division for the general product with, again, the display products. Improve the consumer experience at the POS or point of sale, and they increase the businesses themselves or encourage the businesses to increase their floor, the sales on the floor. These are just a few examples. Once again, thank you very much. This is just a short presentation about our company. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for sharing about the scope of the work that Solom does in the region. Undoubtedly, it is a valuable experience on the side of the private sector. Through K-CAFTA, we can enhance the potentialities of how its businesses can be increased in other countries while having maybe some projects here in Costa Rica. Undoubtedly, there is relevant contribution to the economy of the future about what was mentioned with regards to the power sources and electric charges related to mobility, and that is hybrid and sustainable that today we are seeing in the transformation of our economies, and that others of these products improve the customer experience. I would like to take advantage to thank all of you for your participation in this panel. I think it is very relevant that in the context of a free trade agreement between the region, Central American region and Korea brings about opportunities to all, but it requires the consensus and joint work of all of the agencies and institutions of the government, from policymakers to regulators, and the joint participation of the private sector by adapting and turning their experiences as lessons learned and sharing them with other companies that are also located in the region, and of course the support as a facilitator by the stakeholders who represent development, who are working on development. So I take advantage to thank you all who have been with us today throughout all sessions. Thank you very much. An applause for our panelists. Well, thank you very much to the panelists for their wonderful, valuable contribution. The truth is that the possibilities and opportunities are many, and this space precisely seeks to generate those contacts and strengthen the relationships that already exist. Thanks to the K-CAFTA, ladies and gentlemen, in this way, we conclude today's session, a highly productive and enriching session in the first day of the K-CAFTA Forum. Throughout the day, we have heard and explored ideas that are transformative. We have debated strategies and shared knowledge in key areas such as trade, investment, innovation, and sustainable development. This forum has shown the great potential of cooperation between South Korea and Central America and the fundamental role of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration to make this partnership a reality. Thank you for your active participation, your important contribution, and for sharing your vision. We hope that this first day has opened doors for new opportunities and that today's exchanges will be the start of long-lasting relationships and joint projects. I would like to remind you that tomorrow we will have a series of guests. We have a very interesting networking space in which we hope these contacts will continue taking place, and we will have for the closing the presence of Mr. Nayib Bukele, President of El Salvador. Please join us at that time. Now we would like to invite you to join us to a Korean dinner in Real Tres Room and La Terraza to continue sharing while we learn about Korean cuisine, which has an experience especially prepared to all of you. So we meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m. For the second day of great strategic content and collaboration. We'd like to remind you who have translation devices, please return them. You can ask for them tomorrow to continue with this. See you tomorrow. Have a good evening. The dinner is at 7:30. So you still have some time for networking. We meet at 7:30. Have a good evening.